stream. We have the RCQ going on right now. How many rounds was it? It was
We got 5 and a top 8, yeah.
5 and a top 8. I thought 19 was the cutoff when it's 5 and a top 8.
No, because it's powers of 2. If you think about it, it's like powers of 2 always to get to like a nice clean winner at the end of the Swiss.
Yeah.
So every +1 is another round.
Well, we got Brian on Indomitable Creativity and Max on Calibrated Blast.
Yeah.
This is Comp REL, so we won't go in there for mistriggers or anything like that.
Nope.
Rules violations, on the other hand, we will...
Like a hawk watching.
Yeah, like a hawk watching.
Yeah. This should be... Well, okay, so I would say this should be fun and interesting, because I've actually been playing a ton of this creativity deck recently.
You won your RCQ spot with it, right?
Yeah, so that's what I got my RCQ
This is Connor, by the way.
Yeah,
and I am
sorry.
Zach. I guess it's been a while.
It's been a while, yeah. So yeah, won my RCQ with it, won a store championship with it, and split the top 4 of a 1.2K.
Yeah, like back to back to back.
Yeah, like back to back to back. Yeah. That said, this matchup is not really what you want to be playing against. Yeah, and I think Brian just had the realization seeing sun-scorched desert. It's like, oh,
there was a tone in his voice. Yeah.
Yeah, like, oh, okay. Just because there are most decks in Modern care a lot about getting a turn 3, turn 4 Archon put in play against them.
Mm-hmm.
Calibrated Blast, nah, they're just gonna blast it twice and not care.
What do you think the best way to combat this is? Like,
so the best way to combat it, from the creativity deck, you're gonna have. I mean, the deck plays a mix of like spell pierces and flusterstorms out of the board, stuff like that. So
shocking here to 15 is dangerous. I mean, there's still not 1,000% chance that like Brian knows what he's playing against, but 15 is like the sweet spot, right?
It is the sweet spot because you have Emrakul, Autocathon Worm, and Shadow.
Is that 15?
Shadow,
I believe that's 15.
Yeah,
right?
I was trying to think of the card name. The new bad Death Shadow, but it's a 15 mana card.
Here's a Sokuzen, and he has 2 calibrated blasts in hand, but
yeah.
He's letting his opponent untap. So let me be fair. Max is very new with this deck.
Okay.
It is his brother's deck who is judging the event.
This is Gus's brother?
Yeah, this is Gus's brother.
Okay.
Yep.
I think this...
when he's tapped out, that's definitely the time to do it, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, for sure.
You're going to see... So this is Brian fetching now. I think we're likely to see...
But on the bright side, Max does have Calibrated Blast into Calibrated Blast, it looked like.
So the best Brian can do here, so this is the draw that if he has a creativity, he gets to put 2 Archon of Cruelty into play on turn 5. And I think he does that and still just immediately loses the game.
Yeah.
So
there's no life gain trigger established to that?
So you put 2 Archons in play, he's going to gain 6 life.
Yeah. Going up to 21.
Yeah.
So,
but
there's a chance the blast can whiff, right?
There's a chance. So it can hit. The low things you can hit in this deck are other copies of Blast and throws of Chaos. Yeah. So 3s and 4s, but still the odds of even like a throws plus a 15.
Yeah. I can say that Max also is not too experienced with Modern, and he probably not going to know what the Indomitable Creativity goes into, but at least he'll be able to respond to those life gain triggers. I'm assuming when those go on the stack, he will be aware of what the deck is trying to do.
Aware of what the triggers do. Yeah, so again, if he hits a 15 just in response to the Archon triggers here, might not even need a second blast.
Yeah. Oh, and
all right, well, we're talking about Archons this turn, and it looks like Ryan just doesn't have it anyway. Okay.
Brian says, I have no idea what that is. He's going to realize that 15 spot is a really bad one to be at.
I think Brian's about to find out. I'm actually kind of surprised Brian doesn't know what that is.
That's a fun one.
Yeah. I mean, this is certainly not a...
There it is. There's the worm.
Does Brian have a Spell Pierce in hand? Or,
it does not matter. It's too late now.
Sorry, it's already resolved.
the question to be asked there was, does he have a nimble obstructionist? And no, he wouldn't play that. But a stifle.
How is blast worded? Is it
calibrated blast creates triggered ability?
Okay, so it is a reflexive trigger.
It is a reflexive trigger. Yep, it's when you reveal it.
I know what the card does. I don't think I've ever actually read it to know how it does that.
You can straight up stifle it, which is super goofy.
This is the embarrassing part. I'm glad no one can see. I'm struggling to spell calibrated. There we go. Honestly, yeah, okay. When you reveal an online card. I mean, not that Brian has any stifles in his deck, but it would work.
It is super funny, though.
It is, yeah.
So you can counter the spell before you see what's revealed, or you can wait for it to be revealed if you have a stifle. It's fun. There we go.
That's another win for all those Bluetron players still putting Nimble Obstructionist in their deck, you know?
I have seen it be stifled before at a modern event, so...
Really?
Yeah, because...
what was stifling?
It was in the blue-red... It was a straight-up copy of Nimble Obstructionist in a Murktide deck.
Oh, okay, so actual just Obstructionist.
Yeah, actual Obstruction, not actual Stifle.
Wow. That's just like you're digging through your box of cards in a hurry, trying to go. It's like, oh, it's a 3/1 flyer. This is my Brazen Borrower, and you just don't look too closely.
I played so much Nimble Obstructionist in Standard when it was legal. I played that, what is that deck even called? Abandoned Sarcophagus deck, like the Cycling Drakehaven.
Ooh, yeah.
And you play 2 of them. I can't tell you how many Chandra alts I've stifled. Dude, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Chandra Torch of the Defiance is a good card.
This is a good card. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other modern playable stifles. I guess for a while, Blue-White Control was playing with Summary Dismissal on the board. That's
really? That's fun.
Although, if you have Summary Dismissal against Calibrated Blast, you want to just exile the Blast because it has flashback. So
yep.
Probably not going to see that one come up. So, yeah.
I honestly always forget that Calibrated Blast has flashback. It's because the decks that play it are so degenerate, and normally that doesn't come up. But again, the control matchup, it would for sure.
Oh, yeah. You just get to, your one card turns into 2 must-counter things.
Yeah.
And that's even assuming that, you don't have Beseiju, the old Beseiju, to protect it. Which is, let me tell you, that card is... Now, I've only ever played it in very old builds of Ad Nauseam.
Yeah. I'm so happy Ad Nauseam's dead. I think I've told you that before. Like, I'm sad that Simian Spirit Guide's gone, but I'm happy to never worry about Ad Nauseam in Modern again. I think it was just some of the most boring gameplay I've ever watched in my entire life.
I can't believe it. I have to sit next to this guy.
I'm sorry. But that was the only good thing that came out of the Simian Spirit Guide ban, is that I don't have to watch Lightning Storm.
Oh, there are words I want to say.
What is your name on Judge Academy? Is it unbanned Simian Spirit Guide?
It's unbanned SSG. Yeah. Which I think is also... so back when, we had this switch over from, the old system to the companion app, and it used to show your arena username as your opponent.
I'm happy it doesn't anymore, by the way.
See, definitely I made a new arena account to link up with the companion app and play at FNM, so all of my opponents could see, I'm looking for an opponent at table 1, looking for an unbanned SSG.
Yeah. I have seen... Okay, Molda 5 coming from Brian and Molda 5 from Max. I have seen some creative names on Arena that I'm very jealous... Giving some free information there with that Emrakul.
Yeah.
I think he's shuffling it in backwards. That's rough.
Maybe. Yeah.
Not the best shuffling, but you know what? I mean, everyone can.
Yeah, right. I've definitely had some awkward shuffles. I cut my hand cooking the night before, show up with a Band-Aid, and it's like, how do I shuffle without bleeding all over my sleeves? Looked randomized to me, so, it doesn't matter how you get there. So, yeah, we get to see a nice low-resource game here.
Mm-hmm.
And again,
it's probably, Renin 6 makes up for any value that you might be losing, right? But Max's deck will function with a Calibrated Blast. That's the sad thing. I definitely think Max's deck mulligans better.
And it looks like we have a hand with at least a Calibrated Blast. I saw a Calibrated Blast, a Red Land, and a Sunscorched Desert. So that's
the super nice thing about the mulliganing for Max is... Most of his hands are basically just mulligans anyway, because they have Auto Crown Worms or Emrakuls.
Yeah.
So he was just able to put 2 15 costs at the bottom of his deck. So
really
is unaffected by this mulligan.
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't think that this deck, the Calibrated Blast deck, I know a lot of versions do. I don't think, from what we've seen, that Max is playing any fetches in the
No,
deck
I don't
to
believe
shuffle
so.
those back up to the top to hit. But still, you don't lose anything from having those out of your hand.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's Max's turn. We're thinking about what land to play.
It's Den of the Bugbear. Yeah.
Den of the Bugbear is so good. That whole land cycle is pretty good.
Yeah.
But Den of the Bugbear and Hive
Yes.
are just like insane, right? Like the green one's good.
The green one's okay.
The white one is fine in what he's playing. I definitely think it's like
nothing.
It saw play in standard. It saw an extreme amount of play in standard.
Ooh.
It was one of the most played like archetypes.
All right, ban Faceless Haven, and I guess we have to scrape the barrel.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I know nothing about standard, so don't take anything.
That's fair. And I haven't really been keeping up that much, but I know that the mono white, like just mono white weenies, was one of the better decks, and that speaks to something about the standard format that can be so relevant.
Yeah, I was looking at Pioneer cards the other day, and that whatever the 1-drop is, Hopeful Initiate.
It's insane.
That's a
like the card's
is that
insane.
card. I look at that card and I'm like, this is a $6 card. People are buying this card.
That card is ridiculous.
Really?
It's a repeatable disenchant. Do you know how do you think the card reads? Because I misread it when I first saw it too.
I read that as a 1-power creature that grows by a point on like turn 3.
Yep. Okay, but what does the text of the card actually say?
Are you like reliably getting disenchants you care about from that card?
Yes.
Really? Okay.
Definitely.
Because I haven't played with it.
So I guess you don't know the standard metagame. We just had Kamigawa come out. That was an artifact enchantment based set.
And granted, again, this is me thinking entirely from Pioneer, that mono white human list.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, in Pioneer, yeah.
Like, what do you care about disenchanting that you get to like have this card on turn 1 and then you're like attacking multiple times and spending 3 mana. I mean, it's good. It's all upside.
Again, read the text of the card right now. From your memory, what does that card say? What is the printed text on that card's ability?
So it's a 1 mana 1/2 with training. So it grows when you attack with a bigger creature. And it's 3 and it's remove. It's 2 counters from among creatures you control.
Okay. That was the part that I was making sure you knew, that I was among creatures, your whole board. Okay.
It works with, like, you're growing a Luminarch
your Luminarch Aspirant and stuff.
Yeah.
With Luminarch Aspirant, like, on curve 1 and 2 is kind of nuts.
Oh.
Here's a Spell Pierce.
Dispel. Well, not Spell Pierce, but
it was a straight up Dispel.
Yeah. That was, Brian, I think, is, I've seen him around in a bunch of these types of events. He's been playing a lot of this creativity deck.
He was
too.
also top 4 at that recent event you were at, right? It was you and Brian?
Yes. Yeah. We were both top 4 there. I was going to say Brian's like almost gotten there at a couple RCQs recently, but I think the one last weekend was Pioneer. So this guy's good at every format.
Okay, we have a creativity here.
Okay.
So we're going to be going up to 17. There's no other creatures you board in, right? Or is there? Do you have an Emrakul in the sideboard normally?
I have been playing an Emrakul on the sideboard. I know I saw Brian with Sundering Titan in the board. I think that, look at the lands in play. This is clearly not a Sundering Titan matchup, right? Against 3 non-typed lands. I'm trying to think if I would probably actually bring in Emrakul in this matchup.
Right? Yeah, you hit him once with it, and you won the game.
Yeah, so the goal essentially in these kind of combo matchups when you're playing the creativity deck is you want to have whatever you put in off creativity essentially say suspend 1, win the game.
Sure thing.
And there are a lot of matchups where Emrakul, like, it gets solituded or Teferi bounced or, answered in a million different ways.
Kind of worm the draw, not great.
Not great. I think the important part here is Brian gets to survive this flashback calibrated blast no matter what.
Is the flashback calibrated blast 1 red and 3 colorless? Or is it... I don't know why I was thinking it was 2 red, 2 colorless.
It's 3 double red.
Oh, it's 3 double red. Okay.
Yeah. So Brian gets to, even if Max has a red land on this next turn, which
And he
I
does.
think
He has
does.
the
He has
Fiery
the Fiery Islet. Brian gets to survive that Flashback Blast, which means, yeah. So definitely, even if Max finds another blast to cast, I think he's just dead before it matters.
With this red and 6- too.
Ren and 6-, or next turn. Next turn you actually deal 10 even without the Ren, because you can get a Dwarf here if you want, and then the Archon. The Archon with the trigger is 9, and then the Dwarf is 10. Yeah, so I think we're going to a game 3 here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a Temple of Malice?
Yeah, Temple of Malice.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess you can't even flash. Are those 2 Pain Lands in hand? Yeah, 2 Fiery Islands. So he'll take 1 damage from
he's taking
anyways.
it. Yeah. Now, what you can do here, and actually it's awkward and bad, but I mean, if you want to survive, you have to blast the Archon. Yeah. And I think the issue with that is this Ren is at 7 loyalty.
It
so
won't matter, yeah.
Yeah, we're, even blasting the Archon, we're going to see flashback creativity into 2 more Archons, presumably. So yeah, just kind of, I mean, we can pretty much see the cards in hand from the top-down view of the camera here, but never 100% certain.
Yes.
But I'll call this a 99. We're playing a game 3.
Mm-hmm. I can say, so I've kind of missed streaming.
Okay.
I like streaming with you. I like streaming with some
Zach.
other people. Kind of wish we could do it more. And I think the store is going to be doing it more, but I no longer work for Frost Giant.
And here, actually, not to interrupt, we saw an important thing that I think doesn't matter here. Did not respond to the -7, so now the
Dispel is live, yeah.
Oh man, last night at F&M, I saw we see retracing Dispel here. I saw my brother Daniel playing this Archon deck with a Ren emblem and a Force of Vigor and Nature's Claim in his sideboard, playing against Hammer.
Oh,
the poor Hammer player played like 5 more turns of just every turn of the game there's a Force of Vigor.
Oh no.
It's like he did his best, but anyway, sorry, I totally cut you off.
Oh no, it really was. I miss streaming. Frost is going to be doing it more. I won't be super involved in that, but the one thing I can say, I've been watching a lot of like stores doing their streaming events and whatnot, and like the NRG specifically.
Yeah, I think a lot have picked up with now that we have some real competitive Magic to play,
which is nice. It is super nice. I can say the setup at Frost it could be better, right? The camera and stuff could be better, but I can say that the Frost stream has been better than a number of the streams that I've watched. Some are miserable.
I mean, some of this stuff is hard to see on camera, but this is like the stream room in Frost Giant, were you to say, is you got the audio panels up. There's a nice real overhead mount for the camera. It's not
It's not the worst. It is not the worst. But it's definitely not top end professional like I've seen at some places. Those are like the SCGs used to be. But at least you can see the cards.
Oh man, let me tell you. So I don't play or watch or really anything the Pokemon card game.
Yeah.
But sort of out of the other day at like 4 a.m. I can't sleep. I'm scrolling around on Twitch. The World Championships for Pokemon this year are in London.
Mm-hmm. So they were live at that time. Otis sent me a link at 4 o'clock in the morning because the Pokemon Unite streams came up.
And let me tell you, you could not read those cards.
Really?
It was
wow.
They might have fixed it by now, but they went live round 1 for the Pokemon TCG, and here I am thinking like I couldn't read. I don't know those cards anyway. Yeah. But you could not see what anything was. It was bad. So hey,
you want to know something that surprised me? So Otis sent me the link to Pokemon Unite. I've recently been playing it just a little bit. I hit Masters. I got the highest rank, and now I'm done basically.
Okay.
It was just like a little ego trip to see if I could beat 10-year-olds or not. But he sent me the link, and I clicked on it, and I was just like, oh, okay, they have a whole commentary thing. It was weird seeing everybody just play on mobile.
Yeah.
Like a mobile game at a competitive stage. But then I was like, okay, this is nice. And then all of a sudden, one of the commentators
I want to get my prediction in.
Okay.
Before you say this, were you also as shocked as me that Jeff
Hoogland?
Hoogland? Yeah.
I was like, what? They were like, and we're going to go right over to Hoogland real quick. And I said, is that the Hoogland I think it is?
Yeah, right?
And it just like, the whole chat was like, what is Hoogland doing here? It was so crazy. I was not expecting it at all.
I mean, I don't know. The guy, he's got young kids. Maybe he really likes Pokemon
I mean,
Unite.
that could be a thing. That could be a thing, yeah.
He's got I don't even know how old his kids are. I don't know. He's got like the 5-year-old playing Pokemon Unite. And he's like, I like that. I'm going to get on the coverage team.
The one thing I can say is Hoogland does get involved in a lot of random games and stuff. Like a lot of like the mobile TCG or like the PC TCGs.
Oh yeah,
he's like a part. Like he was big into
Hex, right?
Yeah, it was Hex. I think he played a little Gwent, and then Legend of Runeterra was a decent amount of play.
Yeah, I think it was something completely unrelated to Pokemon Unite. There was, and I won't go into the details, some Twitter drama around Jeff Hoogland.
There always is.
Yeah, involved in that. I happened to see, an image he posted of his stream schedule for the week. I thought it was really funny looking at it. You know, he streams until 8 p.m. every day.
One to the bottom for Brian. Yep.
Okay. So not a Mold of 5 again.
Yeah.
But in his stream schedule, there was one day with some hour block of some sponsored content, right? And you look, it's the one day Jeff goes to 9 p.m. He has to get his full Runeterra time in. He's probably getting paid a lot
more. He's like, let me go to bed, please,
no, he needs
Ryan.
His Runeterra.
He's an addict. He's addicted. Going down to 718 here with the fetch.
Yeah, so we're in the realm of, I mean, this creativity deck is really fetch heavy. I think it plays, 12 fetch lands is the stock configuration.
Yeah, there's no way to avoid this.
Yeah, and with those 2 deserts, I think that we are sort of already at the point where if Blast hits a 15, it's going to be lethal.
I would like to say, so Brian has not seen a Throes of Chaos. So he's probably assuming that if Mac kept a hand, he has to be on exactly calibrated Blast, unless he knows the list well enough. And I will also like to say, there was another third Sunscorched Desert.
Wow.
So this is going to make any fetch really awkward.
I see a Ramanap Ruins in there, and this is obviously not the matchup where all that little chip damage comes in.
Yeah.
It's a scary looking board with the Ramanap Ruins in play if the game goes long for some reason.
Oh, yeah. Well, and look at this. It's basically, there is a Spell Pierce in hand.
Yep. I think what we've seen here is Brian's, been very careful to keep up a mana for Spell Pierce, which if you're not super familiar with the list, then, you might not know. And even on that turn, too, like you said, possibly not aware of Throes of Chaos, might not know that, there might be something you really need to counter on turn 2, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you don't know that this has a Cascade spell in it, that matters, you might think, well, gosh, what if he defense grids me or something?
Gonna have it pass here. I do love, I've seen the Calibrated Blast tech take so many game 1 wins followed by 2 losses. It's unbelievable because what it's originally doing is so good, but like it is so easily
when your opponent has
interacted
cards,
with.
This deck is just like so cold to a Leyline of Sanctity.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think you've got between now and we haven't seen a green land from Max. I'm thinking he might be completely cold to it, but you've got 3 or 4 Beseiju who endures as okay.
So we do have a Throws and a Calibrated Blast in hand.
And I like going for the Throws first when you have the option.
For sure. I mean, mana efficient. If you happen to draw another Calibrated Blast, you can double in 1 turn.
Yep.
So we're gonna be good on this retrace. Or sorry, not this retrace, this Cascade. But this will allow Max to retrace this as a line as well. So we have a lot of copies of Calibrated Blast right now.
We're going to have, retrace available, a flashback one, another one in hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, so this Spell Pierce is, buying a turn. The next Spell Pierce might buy a turn or a Flusterstorm or something. But the problem is Brian, needs to kill Max before these. I mean, you can see here there's 4 available calibrated
Yeah.
blasts. You're not going to be able to
With
counter
lands
all of them.
also in Max's hand, like
Yeah, and the retrace. There's
the ability
a
to
lot.
catch 2 in 1 turn is going to become really real here in a second. And we know Brian plays Dispel and Spell Pierce and not too much else. So
Yeah, it's Dispel, Spell Pierce, and Fluster.
So I do think Brian is going to run out first, but I do think Brian has the stronger deck. So hopefully he can close out the game here pretty soon.
Well, it's tough because I mean the Archon deck is really at its core. As much as I like to say that combo is dead in Modern, it's kind of a combo deck.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But it doesn't win the game the turn it combos, which is what's going to matter here.
We're cracking the clue. Remember when you did that? You lost a game because of that.
Yeah. You realize I slept like 2 hours before that tournament,
Yeah.
and that was like after 6 hours of playing Magic.
If he's cracking the clue here, I imagine that means he has another fetch land and another, Dwarven Mine. I don't think there's any reason you would
or just like
creativity for
no
less
action
than-
spell in hand.
True. Oh, he has creativity. Okay.
Creativity, yeah. Okay, so
this is the threat.
This is the threat. So he'll be able to survive this next blast, and then the Archons will. So he'll be able to survive the next blast, and then blast is going to have to hit an Archon.
Yeah. Or there's the really real chance that Max just draws another calibrated blast and he's able to hardcast 2 in 1 turn.
That would.
Do you believe, Connor? Do you believe?
I mean, there are 2 calibrated blasts left in the deck, and
Oh, now there's okay. So that's gonna be an Emrakul. Is he missing the trigger, or is that a trigger you can miss? Wait a minute.
it is a trigger.
It is a trigger. Is it a beneficial trigger?
Actually, let's. Because
Yeah,
there's
let's
a
stop.
calibrated
Yeah,
blast
yeah,
and
yeah,
a
yeah,
throws.
yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
so
it
Zach's
is
running
definitely
in there
gotta
just
go.
to stop him.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're just stopping him there to shuffle that in with a flashback spell and a retrace spell. It really matters that we hit that Emrakul trigger.
Oh, shit. Yeah, looking at the 2 flashback spells, you can definitely interpret that as
Yeah.
beneficial.
You got a good eye there, Zach. I actually, because the Emrakul was the bottom one of those
Yeah, it
two
was.
cards
It was.
that
I
you
saw a little glimpse of it.
I didn't even see that.
So that does give him more opportunities to draw. Did he draw already? Yeah.
Yeah. Brian's saying, does that mean you have 2?
Oh, okay.
Well,
he doesn't
it's-
have to target it
yeah.
until it's revealed. So Brian was kind of out of order there, but Brian doesn't know how the card works. So
Yeah, and again, as we were talking about, sort of near the beginning of the match, it was a weird wording on that one.
yeah,
right?
yeah. So it does not target. There is no targets on Calibrated Blast.
Yes.
There is a trigger that happens that is not tied to Calibrated Blast
No.
that does the damage. So you choose upon resolution of that trigger,
Yeah.
or when that trigger goes onto the stack. I mean,
Man, I'm just realizing now that I would love to see a situation where we have, obviously not going to be in this match, something like no creatures or planeswalkers on board, respond to Calibrated Blast with a Blossoming Calm or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Only legal, target yourself.
It'd be beautiful.
It would be beautiful. It's
It's
not
not a May. Is it not a May?
It is not a May.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. So if you gain hexproof response.
Spicy.
Yeah.
But now I feel like this game's pretty securely in Brian. I mean, something can happen still, but
Something can happen. So the with Max all the way down to 5 now here, we can see a flashback blast on the Archon, but then I think just the Fable and the tokens, because Brian's outside of single blast range, it's gonna be very, very difficult. I mean, even just thinking, what's the perfect sequence of draws? I'm not sure there is one here.
Mm-hmm.
And have to involve a card not in his deck. We do actually see, this is sort of the awkward part about that triple Sunscorched Desert draw.
Yeah.
We've got the Shadow of Mortality that would be nice and castable here, but no black lands.
Oh, there's the black land,
There.
a Temple of Malice.
But I think the problem here is in order to survive, you need to play an untapped land to
Yeah.
blast the Archon, which means you aren't playing Temple of Malice.
For sure.
We could see, I don't know, Graven Cairns off the top.
Okay. The players are resolving it themselves, but
Yeah.
I'll make Brian aware that there is no targets when you're casting the spell.
Mm-hmm. That I think is.
We knew where it was going. It went to the thing that keeps him alive. It's understandable.
Well, he just sort of declared the target earlier than he had to.
Yeah.
Good old nice out of order sequencing. Did he move the Flashback Blast to exile?
I don't
believe he moved that to exile. So
Okay, I'm gonna go clarify.
all right, Zach just going in there
real
to.
quick.
We're gonna see the game stopped again. So again, just getting things clarified for the players a little bit. I'm gonna close the door. I think some outside audio is picking up. All right, so players finishing up the game here. Got that all cleared up.
But yeah, games should be ending relatively soon.
If not, yeah.
Oh, creativity. Okay.
I think discarding those two cards.
He's just discarding it.
He discarded Creativity, Transmogrify to the Fable, and if he had an Archon left in his deck, and I don't see a bunch in hand, either one of those cards would have been lethal. So I think he has another way to. Cast.
He's hard casting. That's the way to end it.
That does it. That's end of the match in style.
So Brian gets there in 3. We'll be back with round 3 as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I am back with round 2. We have Ethan on a grinding station deck, and then we have Chris on a red deck wins deck. Connor is doing a deck check real quick. He is an L1 going to trying to get his L2, so he's working with us right now. So he'll be in shortly. So I'll do this first little bit by myself. It appears Ethan's on the mulligan. I think Chris kept his initial 7. And we're keeping. So then I believe Chris won the die roll. Arid Mesa, start the time. We're going to fetch here. Sacred Foundry shocked. Going down to 17. Oh, and we're passing. We're going to get a Bolt here. Against a red deck, the Shadow Spear's looking pretty good. We're going to have a pathway here for red. An Eidolon of the Great Revels. And that seems pretty good right now. Ethan's hand full of little cards. Ragavan the draw. Ooh, Mox Amber losing 2. Cast Emery. Cost reduced by 2 for each of those artifacts. Going down to 13, milling 4. Grinding Station in the bin, very good. And a pass of the turn. No red mana for Ethan, so the Ragavan would have been a great turn 1 play, but turn 3, not as much, I'm assuming. Definitely when you have to take 2 damage for it. I'm going to get a basic mountain off this Arid Mesa. So I'm not too familiar with the Grinding Station list, but I don't think it really wins that easily through an Eidolon. Oh, and a Searing Blood's going to shut off this Mox Amber. Ethan's going to go down to 10. So, fun fact, these big D20s are spin downs except for 11 to 10, so it's really awkward. Oh, a Vexing Devil. We're back in 2010, maybe. Or no, that was 2012? 2013? Another Emery the Draw is going to take 2 damage from that. His hand is just shut off. Ethan's hand is shut off right now. We're down to 2. Emery is going to be on blocker duty. Doesn't have the mana to equip this Shadow Spear. We're just going to go with this Boros Charm. Illegal mana to cast it, but he does have the white. So he did have the mana to cast the spell, he just tapped wrong. Not going to issue a warning for that one. He had 4 other cards in his hand that could have killed. Yeah, Eidolon of the Great Rebel's really good in this matchup. Go into sideboard here. So we have a pretty good view of hands and the battlefield for the most part with these cameras, but sideboarding definitely becomes a little harder to keep track of both players at the same time. But I honestly don't know how much Ethan can even board out right now. I don't know how reliant his deck is on the slots that it has in the main. But it's looking like Teferi's coming out, obviously. And then, what else? Expressive Iterations. Just cards that are a little too slow. So let's see if both players keep their 7s this game. That first round only taking about 4 minutes, or the first game. We're going to have a keep from both players. Okay, so before damage, we're going to be fetching here. Going down to 17. We're going to shock, and we're going to unholy heat. Untap draw. Play an Urza Saga. Shredder. Ooh. We're conniving here. The Mox Amber was the second spell cast. Discard Iteration, get a counter. Rip apart the draw for Chris. That Ledger Shredder is a little out of range now. Gonna allow us to spike the face. Are we stuck on one land for Chris now? Yep. We're gonna have a swing for 2. Shocking down to 12. And a pass. So I believe we have a Lightning Bolt and an Emery in hand, and that may be a Spell Pierce. I'm not super familiar with the artwork, but we have a second land for Chris. End of turn, make a construct. Oh, yeah. Okay, so before the face ends, we're going to Searing Blood it. Very smart, because that would have been getting really awkward next turn. So we're thinking about the trigger. Float a colorless. What are we finding? Yeah. That makes sense. We're going to find Shadow Spear here. Chris is tapped out, so this is probably going to be equipped pretty easily. Cast Emery. Thinking about bolting something. I don't think it could be anything other than the equipped, but there we go. So we got a, what is that, a 3-5 right now? This would be 12 for Ethan, 15 for Chris. Flooded Strand, pass. Oh, and we're going to game 3. Yeah, Shadow Spear is pretty terrifying. Definitely not a creature that grows every other turn. Or sometimes every turn. Okay, so I get a little look. Chris has Paths in his sideboard, some Rest in Pieces. Took out Swift Spears. I believe. Are those just straight disenchants? Wait a minute. That can't be what that is. But I can't tell. There's like no way those are actual disenchants, right? Because they could just be wear and tears. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I mean, it was a little weird seeing Searing Blast, because I feel like I haven't seen that since Concept Arceus Standard. But, you know, it's spicy. Chris saying he's not going to keep any more one-landers. Fingers crossed. He's looking at another one-lander, I think. Alright, Ethan keeps, Chris is going to mulligan. Let's see how this 7 looks. Aaron Mesa. Okay, this is definitely 2 lanes, I believe. So we're going to be keeping. Honestly, this really does remind me of like old school Mono Red with the Vexing Devils and everything. This might just be a list from 2014. Never mind, Den of the Bugbear. I was completely wrong. Vexing Devil. Ethan going to 16. I feel like Vexing Devil is definitely way worse now with like a format with like prismatic ending and everything, but you know, when it does 4 turn 1, it looks good. So we're gonna go down to 13 here. And a pass of the turn after this EE for 1. Crack Aaron Mesa. Sacred Foundry Shocked. It is funny that this grinding station deck just played Urza Saga, really. A Ledger Shredder and then Urza Saga. That's basically all he did last game, but it won. Another Saga. And Emery. Underworld Breach, land, Underworld Breach. Searing Blood. Ethan has not been able to stick one of these Emerys. Bolt down to 7. Then I believe there's a light up the stage. Yep. Ooh, Rip Apart and Lava Spike. Pretty good. Ethan, big thinking. Mountain. Those black and white cards, I definitely thought it was an island in his hand. Springleaf Drum. Mishra's Bauble. Emery for 1 blue. A grinding station in the graveyard and a bauble. Play grinding station. Look at Chris's top card of his library. And then he draws in Chris's upkeep. Sacred Foundry for Chris. Let's Rip Apart Lava Spike looking good. Put Ethan down to 4. Does he have a Boros Charm? I don't believe so. But here's a Skewer. Down to 1. Does he have it? Ooh, light up the stage. Land Vexing Devil. That's fun. We're going to pass the turn. Ethan down to 1, but untaps with a grinding station. We're going to search after floating a colorless. Find Shadow Spear. Being at 1 definitely doesn't feel good. Equipping the Shadow Spear to Emery doesn't even put him on a bolt range, so I don't know if that's what he wants to even do. We're going to cast a Ledger Shredder using that 1 colorless floating and a Hobbled Fountain. Tap Emery. Play Bauble. Connive. Discard Expressive. Get a counter on Ledge Shredder. Pass. Mountain for Chris. Play a land. Ethan working with perfect information so far, so. Ethan wondering if he can even pay 4 to let the Vexing Devil stick. Draws Ragavan for turn. Ragavan doesn't seem that great here. Prismatic Ending. Exiling him. So I don't think Ethan has another mana or a Mox Amber in the grave to cast another spell and equip Shadow Spear. Oh wait, he just has Bobble. I'm crazy. So we can grow this Ledger Shredder to put him at 4, which is... Oh no, it would put him to 5, which is out of Boros Charm range, so that's kind of huge. Oh, we're not even equipping. Maybe Ethan can win this turn? Or he just wants to hold up the Spell Pierce. Ragavan. Bobble, Kraken. Looking at the top. Plays land. He plays the Skewer. He spell pierces, but he hit the land, or he has the land. Okay, and that's game. I'm gonna go talk to Ethan real quick because I'm super confused. Okay, be back with the next round shortly. Thank you. Okay, we are back with round 3. We have Ryan on Just Guy Control and Nikki on Indomitable Creativity. Nick won the die roll, so he's going to be going first. I think currently these players are 1-0-1. We avoided the top 2 tables until next round. We only have about 18 people here. I think it's 17 actually. And we didn't want to keep having the same people on stream over and over again because it's going to be 5 rounds cut to top 8, so 8 rounds in total if people want to play it out. So just try to get as much freshness as we can. Well, we can basically. But here we go. So, Connor will be joining me in a moment, so it won't be super boring for long. He's just doing one final deck check for his judge stuff, his Comp REL. Fun fact: we have 4 judges here for the 17 player tournament. The judges just like the store, so they pile in. But it's nice because that means I get to run the stream. There's a Doodle Bob tattoo on Ryan's arm. That's spicy. Okay, so Nick mulligan to 6, but he's keeping. Triumph pass. Plains. Esper Sentinel. Shocking down to 18. Renin 6. Ryan's going to draw a card. And Esper Sentinel hits the grave. Bunch of lands in Ryan's hand. I think I saw a counter spell, Celestial Colonnade, shocking, or putting Strand into play, and then fetch Shocking. Gonna find a Steam Vents. Prismatic ending the Renin 6. Oh, another one. Gonna fetch here. Steam Vents. Next shocks down to 15. Return Scalding Tarn to hand. Pass the turn. Another ending on Renin 6. clean answers. So, being on the draw, it's pretty poor for Ryan here. So we can find a dwarven mine off of this fetch and cast creativity. And I think all Ryan has in hand is an actual counter spell. Okay, does Ryan have a bolt in hand, though? He does. Fetch. Going down to 14 here. So it's going to be a fetch shock. It's either going to be a Sacred Foundry or Steam Vents. You don't... Oh, no. Wait a minute. What is happening? Unhallowed Fountain. Okay. Okay, no, we are shocking in a Sacred Foundry. I was going to say, does he have Path to Exile? I was super confused. Force of Negation to draw. So we have counter spells for a while. And it looks like all Nikki has is lands and a lightning bolt. Going down to 12 for Ryan. And pass the turn. I believe that's also a Helix in Ryan's hand. Fable the Mirror Breaker. That looks counterable. Hello, Connor.
Hello.
I swear, after this one, we'll have a real game.
A real game. Oh no. Did we have a fake game just happen?
No. It's fine. It's just creativity versus just guy control. It's just...
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. Ryan has a Doodle Bob tattoo, which is pretty wild. I'm a big fan of that.
Has a what?
It's Doodle Bob. It's SpongeBob, the doodle form.
Oh, that thing.
Goes
Yeah.
Me her, me noi, or whatever it is. You know.
Yeah.
And I think that's a Digimon tattoo, and...
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I meant to mention to you, I don't know if you changed it. Apparently, the going live notification for the Twitch stream showed Digimon.
Oh, wild. I definitely did change... All right, change the title at least.
Yeah. Someone sent me a screenshot of the little notification that pops up, and it said, Frost Giant Games, Modern RCQ, Digimon.
Yeah. I love it.
I mean, some of these alternate arts,
Yeah, you're right. They're getting pretty close. Yeah. There was a Digimon stream before this that I was not a part of. So, getting back to that.
Yeah, we play real card games now.
Digimon's a real card game, I swear. It's fun.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, it does say Digimon, yep.
Yeah. I know you were around for some of those. Did you play the card game at all?
I did play the card game. It is actually a lot of fun. The following is not huge, obviously, but...
Oh, really? I thought it was massive around here.
It is. So we have more players here for Digimon than like constructed Magic, at least. EDH, not even close. But
wow, but that's like...
When we first started, it was about 20 to 30 players. Now we get about 15, I'd say, at a normal event. So still a decent amount. But
yeah, not awful turnout.
We are, in fact, playing Magic the Gathering. Perfect.
Whoa. But yeah, are we still in game one here?
We are still in game one.
Yeah.
it's been run in 6, prismatic ending, run in 6, prismatic ending. Trying to go for creativity, get bolted. So it's been...
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yep.
And I think the noteworthy thing, I don't know if you've touched on it yet, it looks like with that Rogren Traum in play, Nick is on the either the true 5-color or the Jeskai build of creativity, or rather 4-color.
What is the difference?
Well, you see, try to not inject too much of my own opinion about what the good build of the deck is here. But there is one that is essentially entirely teamer. So you're playing, no white cards.
Okay.
Whereas this one that Nick is playing, a white land implies to me, if it hasn't already been seen, you're leaning more on Prismatic Ending as your removal spell over Lightning Bolt, which is fine. And then you have Teferi Time Reveler.
I have seen
Which I actually, see some Teferis going through the deck.
Teferi seems pretty good.
Yeah, so they're and he has
That's a Blood Crypt.
Yeah, I wonder if he's playing a Black Triumph as well to actually cast Archons, because usually that's one of the two things you give up. So with this white build, your mana is a lot more awkward, a lot more painful. And you give up the ability to hardcast Archons, but it looks like Nick's either playing the Blood Crypt, planning to cast Archon off of a single treasure. With that, or he might also have a Black Triumph. So
only a bolt in Nicky's hand, so it's gonna.
Yeah, bolt in a mountain.
It's gonna be a while. I mean, at least he has the fetches for the Dwarven Mines if he does find a creativity, but I think it's very unlikely that the creativity resolves.
Yeah, I almost wonder. Players just discussing something there. Sorry for the quick pause, making sure the game's all good. Looks like we're fine. We are now in the Celestial Colonnade attacking portion of the game.
Yeah.
That is a little bit scary for Ryan, though, because having a single mana.
Yeah, the Supreme Verdict Force.
Supreme Verdict Force Lightning Bolts.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, the Colonnade attacking is nice. It is a little bit sketchy to be leaving down that that bolt, though. Because essentially, I think your
Bolt is a counter spell in this matchup.
Yeah, Bolt can be a counter spell. Your two ways around it are a treasure off of the Goblin Shaman, or the clue from Hard Evidence.
Yeah.
And also the third one that may or may not be in Nick's deck, I haven't taken a close look, would be treasures off of Prismari Command, which if you're trying to fit in...
He is playing Prismari Command, for sure. I saw that in his last match.
As many as some of the the true teamer deck, because you gotta cut cards. You can't play more than 60, really.
Nicky just went to time in his last match. Again, it was a mirror, and he got to Prismari Command his opponent's artifact that he was targeting with creativity and deal 2 damage to the dwarf he was targeting. His opponent did have 2 dwarves in play, but so it would have been better to choose the 2 dwarfs, but wasn't playing around the command.
And usually you default to targeting artifacts if you can.
Yeah.
Unless you're playing around something like, Beseiju or there's a Teferi. That's it's really good.
It needs a counter spell, but I do think he just hard drew a Force of Negation. So
so Force is going to be able to pitch. Well, it either pitches the Verdict. You're leaving down the shields on like a Resolved Archon.
Do you believe Nicky's version would play the Spell Pierces in the main?
Looks like Nick's just scooping it up to 4.
Yeah, he was at 4. So
he was at 4.
He was dead to the Colonnade because the Colonnade was getting in.
It was getting in. I mean, I don't think there were bad attacks with the Force in hand. Just aggressive, but not a bad aggressive, perhaps.
That was ending the game soon. And if Nicky fetched at any point, he was dead to the Bolt in hand. So, like...
It's true. I mean, believe me, I love attacking with Celestial Colonnade.
Yeah. I haven't gotten to do it a whole bunch.
Yeah, Hole of the Storm Giants is kind of
so good. It's so good.
That card is very good. It's just not as...
It's so safe.
Soul, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. I miss like playing against spirits with blue white way back, and it's like Celestial Colonnade's the best card in my deck because it's a 4/4 that blocks.
Is Spirit still seeing play? I feel like I haven't seen any of it recently. I've been seeing so much creativity and 4-color.
Yeah, so the issue with decks like spirits is there are a lot of viable decks in Modern that aren't necessarily, at the top tables.
Yeah.
So I think if you show up to your average FNM pretty much anywhere across the country, you see someone doing well with spirits, maybe even like winning a 4 or 5 round event with spirits. It's nothing surprising.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're gonna see spirits, winning a Magic Online challenge or, winning some of like the RCQs or like the big RCQs or the regional championship or anything.
How do you feel about the Modern metagame right now? I don't know. I think it's in a pretty reasonable spot. I know a lot of people are kind of sick of 4-color. Yeah.
to put that in polite terms.
Well, you see so many different 4-color decks. Like there's elementals, there's like the money piles. They're just all expensive and they all kind of play similar, but like they are
all
different
a lot
decks.
of MH2 cards.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll say that I am pretty okay with 4-color and the way Modern is right now, and that's coming from a spot where for quite a while, whenever there was at the time, this was before RCQs were running, a few, just in the past couple months, but there were all these competitive events, and I was playing a lot of 4-color, and I was doing pretty well with it, and I don't know, I've soured on the deck. I'm like, it's good, it's safe, but I don't think on any given weekend it's the best thing to be playing.
Yeah.
So in general, I have issues with people talking about, we need to ban a card, or we need to do something about, or, this deck shouldn't exist, when it's not even the best deck in the format.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
I mean, even going past the idea that, Murktide is the best deck in the format.
I have been seeing barely any Murktide. I think people just get bored of it. Honestly, it puts up numbers, but like I just haven't been seeing it that much. I don't know if a single person here is playing Murktide today. And we had 17 players. There is a lot of creativity and a decent amount of 4-color.
There are
and like some brews, but
there are, I think, a couple of decks around that are similar enough to Murktide.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like, a little bit of a Blue Moon lean. There's
stick a card, have tempo.
Yeah, I think Ryan's deck is actually playing not the full 4. It doesn't look like the Murktide deck. It's playing Murktide Regen.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. And so I play a lot of Magic and I play a lot of Modern, and I consider myself to be pretty good. I have not been playing very much Murktide because there was, again, this recent round of events that, I said I've played creativity in like 3 competitive REL events in a row. I was planning on playing Murktide in those. Yeah. And there were a few weeks that I was like practicing some Murktide,
I really like Murktide. If I had to play a Modern deck, I would be playing Murktide. I enjoy the play style of it.
Well, the reason I didn't play Murktide, I didn't feel confident in my ability to play the deck.
Oh, okay.
I picked it and I was playing some testing games with it, with some friends, people I know are good at Modern. I played it in like 3 FNMs in a row, so not like a ton of grinding with it, but I probably played maybe around 30 matches with the deck, and I'm like, I have to play like 30 more with this deck to be confident with it, and like even then I'm not sure, because the deck is honestly it's hard to play. Because not only is every deck coming with a plan for Murktide, you're winning by thin margins every game.
It's never a stomp.
And it's not like when, and I know that I have in the past said some controversial or derogatory things about Jund as a deck that exists in Modern. But back when Jund was, a good tier 1 deck in Modern, and it was like, yeah, you play Jund because you're winning, 53, 55% across the field. Jund, you kind of just got to play your cards, and your 5% edge came from card quality.
Yeah.
Murktide Regent, like, Blue-Red Murktide is doing a similar thing, where you're winning by thin margins against the field, and that's why the deck is good. But you don't just get to play your cards and, oh, look, we both discarded down to... You're not winning by margins on card strength alone. Like, it's difficult to get there. So, I don't know. I like when the best deck in a format is skill intensive.
Yeah, fair.
And that might just be, the please never ban Brainstorm and Legacy coming through, but, like...
You don't even really play that much Brainstorm and Legacy, right? You play a lot of Death and Taxes.
Yeah. So the two decks that I play the most in Legacy, Needle on Ren and 6. We'll see. Oh, does Nick have 2 in hand?
Does he?
No,
he has one. One in a Fable.
Yeah.
And then
I was looking at the Scalding Tarn behind the Ren.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, and if it was 2 Rens and no third land, or rather no third non-Dwarven Mind land, Nick could have gotten screwed on colors, but I think he's fine now. Obviously, the Needle on Ren is, very good.
Yeah.
It was...
I think Nick was expecting to just roll off of that.
Yeah. It was Nick's play for this turn. And, really, honestly, I think Ren and 6 is... You could say it's the best card in the format. I think the only card in the format that you could make an argument for possibly being better than Ren is Iteration.
Iteration's so good.
Iteration's so good. And that's actually, I know you said, I play a lot of Death and Taxes. It is, if I had to pick any deck in any format, it's Legacy D&T. I have been playing a lot of Jeskai Control with or without Iteration, but Iteration mostly is just too good.
No, what's up?
Yeah, and wondering if you have the stuff for the coalish, whatever drawing in here, or is it too much?
Wait, what did you say?
The drawing, the coal, what happened? After round
All
three,
right.
extra drawing for coal, get card.
I have no idea what.
Okay, then never mind. Then next round is
This?
All right, just a couple things going on
just
here.
fine,
Like stepping away. Focus on the game for a second.
I'll give it to you.
Yep.
So yeah, and Nick here, it looks like really his only green card is Ren and 6, so he's, gets all of his colors that aren't green. So this Fable... Okay, so we are digging for a Force of Negation here, but unless he finds it, the next card down is going to resolve.
I do love the Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Fable in
that
play.
card is awesome.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden this is kind of looking like a problem for Ryan, because Fable's going to do a lot here. I mean, even if it immediately eats a Prismatic Ending, then it's an even trade on mana and made it 2/2 that generates treasures. And if it doesn't, then it's, going to filter away that Archon that's looking not super castable, that Ren and 6 that's dead to the Needle.
Because the creature, the goblin, can be answered along with the treasure with like Prismari command, but the getting rid of the Archon is like new cards in hand is nice, and then like the flip version is a threat.
Yes.
Like any stage of the game, the flip version can be game ending, so like it needs to be answered.
And it's one of those cards where people, I think when it, got spoiled and everything, people were looking at, it's a little bit awkward. It's a little slow. None of the modes are too insane on their own. But it's so hard to cleanly answer that one.
For sure.
If it resolves, that card is, it's a Kolaghan's command type card where it's pretty much a guaranteed 2-for-1 just in what the card says it does.
Well, like the fact that like to Fairy is not even that great. Like so many things are just like so many cards that would be good to play like following a turn 3, like on turn 3, just become garbage in face of Fable.
Yeah, I mean obviously not as good in Modern as it is in Pioneer.
Pioneer is ridiculous.
It
is unbelievable.
That card. Now you want to talk about Ren and Iteration being the best card in Modern. I think Fable's the best card currently in Pioneer.
now that Iteration's banned, because
Now that
Iteration was a problem.
Yeah. I think before Iteration got banned in Pioneer, you could almost make the argument that Iteration was the best or tied for the best card in Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Now it still falls short of Brainstorm, but almost.
I remember when I went to Minneapolis for the NRG, I played 4 rounds of Pioneer, and 3 of them were against blue-red decks, but each of the blue-red decks were different. It was Control, it was Prowess, and it was Control Prowess, and what was the other one? I can't even remember.
Trying to think
3 different versions of it.
Trying to think of decks that existed in Pioneer.
I don't even remember, but it was insane. It was and it was all carried by Expressive Iteration.
Yeah.
You could be Expressive Iteration, the lands, and then anything else you want.
Didn't catch what the name on the second needle was. A little hard to pick up the players on the mic, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Sounds like Ryan is talking about I should have named something else. And
did he name the front side of Fable the Mirror Breaker? Is that what happened?
That would be a reason to say you should have named something else.
That would be a mistake.
That would be big. And now this is sort of the force of negation check. Does he have it? Okay, no creativity, but another Fable is, near as good.
Mm-hmm.
Still no fourth land for Ryan. Does have a Teferi here. But again, Teferi's not super clean.
Yeah.
It's not super cleanly answering anything, right? It answered a part of the Fable and drew a card. But even then, the Fable, it's not a 2-for-1 for the Teferi.
Have you seen Jeskai Control List playing Esper Sentinel on the main board?
No.
Okay, cool. I was wondering if I just wasn't up to date, but I could never remember that. But he played one in the main, and I was super confused.
So I
drew him a card, but
I think the answer is, if you asked a modern player what Jeskai Control looks like, it would have very few things in common with what Ryan is playing.
Mm-hmm.
However, it is a controlling Jeskai deck, so it's not necessarily the wrong name, but meaning you think what Jeskai Control in Modern looks like nowadays, and honestly, I'm not even sure it's really deserving of Jeskai Control. It's more like I'm playing blue-white Control with 2 copies of Fire Ice.
Yeah, exactly.
No, Ryan definitely has, he's got 2 Esper Sentinels in hand. You can see, he's got, like I said, those Murktide Regents I've seen with him in play. So a little more creature heavy. He's got the Lightning Bolt, so maybe a little more of an aggressive slant.
Mm-hmm. Versus Sphinx's Wrath. That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, man. That card's just not... You need to be so efficient nowadays. Yeah. Oh, this is exciting. I see it looks like Nick has found a creativity. Looks like he is...
Oh, no.
I'm not sure that's what you want to use.
I don't think that's what you want to do.
Yeah, especially because it looks like Nick has creativity and a Veil of Summer in hand. He's just looking for that green mana to cast the Veil. But now that, a counterspell's been used... Okay, well, he's got the green mana now anyway. Yeah, so now it looks like Nick's going to be able to cast... Okay. So he's seen Force of Negation out of Ryan, but it looks like he's just going to...
I do think Ryan said he did name Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Not Reflection of Geeky Cheeky. Oops. Okay, yeah, it looks like Nick figured out here that he needs to get the green mana. Interesting to fetch now. I mean, obviously you want the green to cast Veil of Summer if you need it, but No need to get it as proactive and early, but, might as well. Okay. So Ryan's going to draw a card here, but I don't think he has a force.
Let Ryan draw a card.
Not an answer. So yeah, it looks like he has a Path to Exile for one of the two Archons.
Mm-hmm.
Can have, is that 2 paths or are those prismatic endings?
I think those are 2 paths.
Okay. And now this is sort of, again, why the reason, so this, oh, now that's interesting. It just said there's, right, 'cause he discarded 2 to Fables.
Yeah.
So I was going to say that, one of the reasons that this deck has started playing Archon instead of, you used to see older versions with like just putting Emrakul into play, or just putting like Emrakul plus Sarah's Emissary was the thing for a while, so you could protect your Emrakul on X's too. Or if you go way back, the interesting looking by current standards, the Velomachus Turns deck. That was creativity. Yeah. But again, like even with double path here, like the 2 triggers on these Archons are just so.
And there's going to be a third,
backbreaking.
most likely, with the Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, right, because you didn't have to spend the Veil Summer, so you can copy an Archon and attack with it this turn.
So he could do that this turn if he wanted to. Or you could just make it a response to a removal, but yeah. Why wouldn't you do it now?
I think you just go for this turn. I mean, that your
it resolved. So there's nothing.
It resolved. So like the only real thing,
but that's not even. It was gonna go away anyways. Like.
Yeah, well, because those the X's 2 on the creativity targeted Clue Token and a Dwarf. So if Ryan had a Solitude, it would have gone after.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So. Ryan might just be dead here. I didn't see what his life total was before this all happened. Oh, yeah.
He's dead. He's super dead. Yep.
A lot of Archons will do that. So I think now that we've seen more of Nick's deck, I think the card that he's... we saw looks like he has a March of Otherworldly Light. He's got... Sunset Revelry is the like small timely reinforcements from Vow. I think the card that he's sort of given up in order to play this white, the white splash, or rather the white version of the deck, is Explore, which I think is going to be
huge.
Is it going to be most relevant when he's on the draw here for Game 3, because. Being able to turn 3 Archon is really good, and even if you don't have the turn 3 Archon, making your opponent respect it is massive. You know,
sure.
Like if you're playing Jeskai Control and your opponent, they're on the draw, you can just play Teferi Time Raveler on turn 3 and just have that in play, and then untap with it before your opponent has the mana for Creativity or Transmogrify. But with an Explore, it's a different thing. You can't just play the Teferi.
Yeah.
Because you'll tap out for Teferi, and then there'll be an Archon, and you'll sacrifice it and lose.
And that's depressing.
That is depressing.
5 rounds, cut to top 8. That's a long time for the 17 players. Maybe every other player will just drop.
Well, the interesting thing here is weird things happen when you are just above the threshold for another round. So with 16 players, we would have played 4 rounds and it cut to top 8.
Okay.
So with 17 players, we've only added 1 more player, but there's an entire another
4
round.
rounds? Does it still cut to top 8? I didn't think it did in Event Link.
4 rounds might be. It got to top 4.
I didn't think it cut at all. I think once you pass the threshold, it was 4 rounds or 8 rounds. I don't know.
I think you always cut for these. That's one of those things that honestly I'd have to check. I mean, even now, like, I know the round counts for different amounts of players, but I'll always give it a double check. It's a nice simple table. I think there is still a cut. 'Cause
Okay.
I know if you have a small amount of players, you'll have it cut to top 4 instead of top 8. So in that 9 to 16 player range, it might be cut to top 4. But either way, 17 players and a cut to top 8. And things get extra fun and messy here because we had 2 unintentional draws round 1.
Round 1, yeah.
Yes.
And then we had more unintentional draws round 2.
Yeah.
So I think there were 4 players with draws going into round 3.
Yeah. So usually you get to, the last round of a tournament like this, and you know after 4 rounds of Swiss who's in the top 8.
Yeah.
And it's just a question of, who wants to play for seeding to try to be on the play, who's content to just take a draw, and then a couple players will have a win and in. But now with all those draws, it gets messy.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how that goes. But in general, the same thing. If you're a player, it always just applies. Just win the rounds.
Just win the rounds. Simple
Honestly,
as that.
if you don't lose games of Magic, you don't have to worry.
Mm-hmm.
Go undefeated and never learn tiebreaker math. That's kind of my motto.
Fair enough.
Doesn't always pan out, but
Players talking about
Yeah.
Pithing Needle right now.
added the sideboard cards and a matchup like this, right, where Jeskai Control, especially when you see things like Esper Sentinel and Pithing Needles and Jeskai Control, there's such a wide range of modern playable or almost modern playable cards.
Mm-hmm.
And again, for the creativity, for a deck that has a lot of real lockdown, you play this card and this card and this card, there are a lot of things that you can play, and those lasts, depending on what you consider stock or not stock, that's like maybe 4 to 10 spots. So again, it's important when you play games like this that you pay attention to what your opponent plays game 1 and 2, and never be afraid to adjust your sideboarding.
Yeah. Oh, a funny story, really quick. Jeremy plays like Historic on Arena every now and again, and he's like, I hate it because they always ban my favorite cards, and I don't want to play it because they ban Trickery and Historic or whatever, and he hated that. He loved playing that. He's like playing these cheesy decks, right? And then he was like, wow, I'm finally having fun with Arena again. I found this new deck, and it Cabaretti Rebels and the Racketeer boss, and I am not even kidding. 10 minutes after he sent me that message, they posted the Wizards article saying they're going to nerf it, and then he says, I'm never touching Arena again. He's like, this is the last straw.
Yeah.
It was just hilarious. Actually, 10 minutes later.
I heard him mention that the other day. I did not know it was 10 minutes.
It was 10 minutes after he sent me the link. It got nerfed.
Man, how do I convince him to start playing, Valakuts and Thought-Knot Seers in Modern?
Yeah.
Just like, hey, take these Thought-Knot Seers, play them against me, and WotC will notice and get the card banned.
yeah. Exactly. Whatever cards you want removed from the format, have Jeremy play them. Because it's instantly.
Perfect.
You hate Valakut?
Yes. I have been, I think, consistent for a while now in that my 3 least favorite cards in Modern are Valakut, Thought-Knot Seer, and Slippery Bogle.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love Valakut. I agree with the other two. Slippery Bogle and Thought-Knot Seer are a pain sometimes, at least in their respective decks.
And honestly, Thought-Knot Seer...
I'm not big on Thought-Knot Seer. It definitely wouldn't be my top 3 most hated things.
No undue hate towards Thought-Knot Seer itself. That is a proxy hatred card for the concept of Eldrazi Tron.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Thought-Knot is the only weird thing on the list, but Valakut is just Valakut's one of my favorite cards, probably.
Actually, no. Card. If I'm picking a card, and I've said Thought-Knot Seer for I don't know, 6 years now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually right now, live on stream, I'm updating it. That's switching over to Karn the Great Creator.
Karn the Great Creator is my favorite Planeswalker of all time.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It used to be Ashiok Nightmare Weaver, and now it's Karn the
Really?
Great Creator. I play so many Karn decks, it's unbelievable.
Have you ever cast a Jace?
I have
you
cast
ever
Jace.
cast a Jace the Mind Sculptor?
It's not Jace the Mind Sculptor. So Jace is cool, right? Jace the Mind Sculptor is cool.
Oh, wow.
What did he just say?
So we had a Pithing Needle cast. Nick did not crack his fetch in response. And Ryan just says, run in 6 anyway.
Oh!
He did not want the Stone Rain. I think especially if you're worried about Ren in 6, the 2 fetches in the graveyard are Bloodstained
Blade
Myers
Myers?
anyway.
Yeah.
Just let him have it, maybe.
But you know what? Naming Ren in 6 is fair, I think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Ren in 6 is the best card in the deck, so... And that's one of those things where if you can avoid giving your opponent a choice, you should avoid giving your opponent a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, for all you know, you could try to trick them into, ooh, I have another fetch land and a Ren in hand. I'm not going to crack my Mire they... And then, they might have, triple Stone Rain in hand. Like, literal Stone Rain.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Just don't let them make that choice.
Yeah.
But as far as choices you could let your opponent make, with the right demeanor because if you sit there and you think, do I crack my Bloodstained Mire in response? You're getting nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But if your opponent thinks you just didn't realize, I don't know, maybe. Either way, I think it's fine to name Ren in 6. It's the problematic card after all.
So when is the actual RCQ or the in Atlanta? What day does that fall on?
That falls November 18th to 20th.
Okay.
And I know that date off the top of my head, especially because is the same weekend as a concert in Chicago that I was going to go to.
Oh no!
So, yeah.
What concert?
Streetlight Manifesto.
I have never heard of that in my entire life.
Wow.
I'm so sorry. I'm not hip.
So it's one of those bands where if you just walked up to someone on the street and said, hey, do you recognize Streetlight Manifesto? They would, you've got maybe a 50-50. You wouldn't, it's not like an Aerosmith or something.
Okay,
where it's everyone knows the name of this band, but they aren't super obscure.
Okay, okay.
I mean, it's ska, so it's not for everyone, but yeah.
Are we stuck on 3 lands again for Ryan?
We might be.
I see a lot of images that don't look like lands.
Don't look like lands, yeah.
This is just...
I mean, there's definitely not 2 lands,
Yeah.
and I think you would have played one already. Yeah, we've got Teferi, Counterspell, Snapcaster.
Again, Teferi just feels bad in Defable.
Yeah. Well, and now at least the consolation is Teferi isn't going to be immediately attacked
killed.
back.
Yeah.
It looks like, Nick has plenty of lightning bolts
he
to
drew
clean
the
up
land.
the Teferi.
Ryan's hands just have looked so clunky in every one of these. Even the game he won, they looked very clunky.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the difference is, you hit your land drops and, you've got... Yeah.
Nick's saying, I'm keeping everything. Thank you very much.
My hand is that good.
Mm-hmm. Shocking here.
It's always terrifying, your opponent has 5 cards in hand, either 5 or 6. It's just like, yeah, these are all great.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose a single
Why would
one
I
of
want to
these.
get rid of anything?
It's like another Bolt, Flusterstorm. I'm surprised to keeping the March of Otherworldly Light, if that's what it is, but... Yeah, but Bolt, Fluster, Fable, those are all good cards.
Yeah.
Maybe I could see an argument for maybe wanting to discard the second Bolt.
Mm-hmm.
But as if we're seeing here,
If he has interaction for it.
if he's fighting back in the Bolt on the Teferi, then you feel real bad for discarding it.
Yeah.
Because then he keeps his Teferi, which shuts off the Flusterstorm, which is one of the best cards in your hand right now.
Mm.
And there's so much of this creativity deck today. There was, I think I saw there was one player on...
Oh my, what the hell was happening? I mean, it's really good here. Nick can't respond with anything else. The Fairy's still in play,
It is
so...
pretty good here. I mean, it's almost a time lock.
a time lock. It's really not, because Fable still gets a counter that's huge, and then he was able to play a land.
And here we
What
see
the hell?
here we see the card.
Oh my god! I didn't even notice that in his hand. I thought it was something completely different.
You think it was another pithing needle? I
did.
mean, it's an
I did.
artifact that's got orange art.
I
Yeah.
did think it was another pithing needle. March of the Otherworldly Light. Counter it.
Oh man.
Flusterstorm. Yep, they are both in exile. That would have been wild. That's so cool. And I'm assuming that's not stock.
No.
Okay.
I don't think Isochron Scepter has ever been stock in any format ever. Maybe standard, like original Mirrodin standard, but
Let me ask you a question here. So, Fairies in play. Do you think it would be, instead of putting a counterspell on it, do you think just putting silence on it would have been better?
potentially.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
yeah.
I guess it doesn't really matter. Either way, it was going to be answered.
Mm-hmm.
But I got my Isochron Scepter silence lock. What are you going to do, Nikki?
Yeah. Need Orum's Chant.
Orum's Chant.
Yeah.
No.
Is Orum's Chant reserved list, or is it just old?
I have no idea, honestly.
That's one of those ones where it could go out there. I know Abeyance is RL. That's also kind of just worse Orum's Chant, but...
Okay, so we did have another Pithing Needle.
Yeah. Just an abundance of artifacts out of this Jeskai control deck.
This is just Jeskai Affinity, I think.
Okay, so we have a Teferi to bounce Argon.
It's pretty good. Nikki is also one of the players with a draw, so if they go to time, that's going to be awkward.
It's going to be real bad. Yeah, I got about 5 minutes left here. Is that a Sokenzan?
That is a Sokenzan.
That's...
Wait, why do you bolt? Is Sokenzan just not what you do?
I think he wants to play, yeah.
Oh, okay,
just
that's
play the
fair.
Fable
Yeah,
this
yeah,
turn,
that's
you
fair,
know?
that's fair.
And it's not like the Lightning Bolts is doing a ton other than cleaning
Mhm.
up miscellaneous Teferis and things.
Yeah.
So yeah, just... It's a little bit less efficient in terms of like maximal use of your cards,
Yeah.
but getting the Fable in play
The
here
Fable's
is
huge,
so
yeah. I did not see that.
Mm-hmm. Especially because the Archon just got bounced, right? And Nick's
just talking about how good
Yeah.
Fable the Mirror Breaker is.
It is good. And when Liliana of the Veil got spoiled,
Mhm.
like the leak got confirmed, yesterday, was that yesterday or 2 days ago? 3 days ago? I don't know how time works. But no, Liliana of the Veil got confirmed. I was like, Black Red is already the best deck in Pioneer. And
Yeah.
I kid you not, my first thought was, oh man, when does this set come out? Are they going to have time to ban Fable and Pioneer before I have to go and play a million red black mirrors?
Yeah. That's fun. I love Liliana of the Veil. I think it's fair for the most part, but like Black Red being the best deck is problematic. And like it's
it
so
was-
powerful on 3 already, but like
It was crazy. My brother played in a Pioneer RCQ last weekend, and he said that, yeah, out of
was that the one at Blind Tiger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he said, like, out of the 6 rounds he played, something like 4 or 5 of them were already red-black mirrors.
That's wild.
Yeah.
But it is so good. Like, it makes sense.
Looks like Nick going for the Sokenzan now. So I'm tap 4 mana and move a card towards the graveyard.
It's going to combat.
I think this is fine. I think at this point you'd rather just... The 1/1s don't matter. You already have targets for creativity.
Yeah.
It doesn't add super meaningfully to your clock. I think you'd rather just discard that into Fable for a fresh card. Or no, he already... Okay, I guess he chose not to discard cards.
Second the
to
clue.
Fable.
Connor special.
Oh, come on.
I think that is just going to be the thing that I say all the time. Because you lost because of that. You lost one of your games,
Yeah,
right?
so for the context here, it was a few weeks ago at a It was the quarterfinal match in the top 8 of a modern event. I was playing the Teamer Creativity deck, and I had an Archon in play against an opponent with no cards in hand but a Blood Moon. And I kind of went on autopilot. I'm like, I have 2 extra mana at the end of my turn. I'll sacrifice this clue token. And then on the last possible turn where he could have not just gotten killed by the Archon, my opponent top-decked an Unholy Heat to kill it. And then we proceeded to draw go for probably 10, 15 turns.
Yeah.
And I ended the game with 8 lands, double creativity, locked under a Blood Moon without my clue token that I kind of just tossed away. I did win the match.
You did.
So, just saying.
But it is funny.
It is, yeah.
Wooded Foothills.
And I guess now is, pretty soon we're going to figure out if Nick has I'm guessing he doesn't have a black Triome. Because if Nick had a black Triome... Oh, no, that is a treasure token. Never mind. I was going to say that this is the turn where you would want to get that black Triome to then play Land 8 and Archon, but there's a treasure hiding there to hardcast it.
Hardcast.
Okay. As cool as the custom tokens are, it's hard to tell sometimes.
It is so hard to tell. And those are the RK Post ones, right?
Yeah. And RK Post has some good art.
He does.
But
The Germ token gets me hyped every time. The little top hat.
See, I like them. I like the art. I don't super like them as tokens, if that makes sense.
It's so hard to tell what they are.
Yeah. I don't know. I've sort of come around. I'm just old and boring now.
Getting rid of
I've
the other
come
scepter.
around.
What are we doing here? He has at least 2 in the deck.
Oh, you want to know how many he has in the deck?
Oh, how many? Does he have the full playset?
All 4 in the sideboard.
Oh my! I love it.
Yeah.
I didn't get the privilege of looking at decks.
Yeah, that's where the silence is.
Okay,
Yep.
and that is time and round.
All right. Zach's just going in there, let the players know it's time. I think we're probably going to be okay to finish this one, but 5 more turns here for him. Just making sure exactly when the players had passed turn and who's turn 0 here. So who is going to be turn 1?
So it's going to be Ryan on turn 0 because that is when I officially told them.
Cool. Yeah, so Nick's got 3 turns to attack with the Archon. He's got a reflection. Yeah, so I think unless he has a Prismari, so Ryan has a Prismari command and a Snapcaster. I don't think there's an answer. Yeah, there's no answer to Archon that Snapcaster can hit. So I think this is... Prismari command can loot towards an answer for Archon and kill the reflection. If he finds an answer to the Archon in... He's at 6. He needs to hit it this turn.
Yeah.
I think Ryan is probably good to find a draw here if he gets Path to Exile for the Archon.
What is that?
That is an opt.
Oh, aw.
That's another,
still a
another
redraw.
2 looks, yeah. So this can find a Teferi Path to Exile or answers that he has.
So it wasn't the top card.
One more?
It's Force of Negation.
That's not going to do it.
So
honestly,
Ryan's going to die.
And honestly, I think even hitting the path, Nick has at least that tokens on still in hand.
Exactly.
He has a 1/1. Might be, I'm not sure, he might have a Prismari command and a bolt. So even if Ryan ripped a path, Nick's probably still good here, but
I believe this was the last game, so we'll be starting the next round very Okay, we are here with round 4. We have John and Eric playing. I did not get a chance to look at their deck list, but I will input them the second I am made aware of them. It is going to be just me. Connor is taking his little break and eating. It is very hot in this room, so I can't blame him. We have a Yorion deck revealed by John. So Eric wins the die roll. So we got a Yorion 4-color. And then what do we got from Eric? Is this his traditional affinity list? It might be. It is blue-white affinity. Perfect. And we are good to go. We have a Saga here from Eric. Winning the die roll is huge in this matchup. For a Metallic Rebuke, just in general, it's just amazing. Looks like a pretty slow start from Eric, though. We go with a Jeskai Triome. Takes a lot of work to shuffle these 4-color decks. Almost put the breeding pool in the graveyard, but we're going to go with a Misty Rainforest. Going to find a green source and play Renin 6. And then target Windswept Heath with the plus. And Eric is going to exile the graveyard in response. Perfect. We found the green source. Tries to get back with the Renin 6 plus, and then gets exiled in response. So Ren at 4. Howled Fountain the draw. Darksteel Citadel. Looking like we're just going to have an activation of Urza Saga. Teferi Time Raveler. Okay, we're just going to rebuke that. Understandable. Draw. Floating a mana. Finding a Shadow Spear. Hollow Fountain Shocked for Eric, down to 16. And then we're casting a Urza with that colorless floating. There's a Construct. Have 2 mana to work with. Has a Springleaf Drum, just a free roll. Oh, Memnite, that's a ritual, baby. Tied to a 1/1 body. It is crazy how powerful this deck gets once you have the Urza, and there is the Springleaf Drum. Are we equipping the Shadow Spear or leaving up mana? Okay. Shadow Spear on Urza. There's the fetch land. Find basic island. A lot of lands in John's hand. But we have a Supreme Verdict. That is a pretty good verdict, honestly. But we do have another Urza and an Urza Saga. The Urza package. So still looks decent for Eric. Not the best, but not the worst. Ingenious Smith, tapping Urza with Springleaf Drum to make that white mana. We have a trigger. Thought Monitor, one of the best things you can hit here. Not quite enough. Oh, and John ripped a Supreme Verdict off the top. But again, so many lands in John's hand. Casting Thought Monitor. Drawing 2. This Ren is about to ult. Then there's just going to be Supreme Verdicts every turn. Which I feel is pretty unbeatable. John did a really good job at protecting it. Bobbled the draw. Targeting himself. Misty Rainforest. This Obero. Yeah, it's really just all lands in hand. I mean, I can't imagine you don't alt here. You could greed and try to get this Obero loop started, but that seems a little excessive. I feel like you just want to alt this run in 6 before Pithing Needle can come down. I mean, the Obero answers the Pithing Needle for a turn, but you're able to alt underneath it. It's just a little goofy. Temple Garden. Maybe shocked. I don't know. There's the alt. That is going to be the emblem. Going to retrace. Supreme Verdict. That's just going to be happening every turn. To ferry the draw, pretty good. Neither Spellbomb. This feels really rough for Eric. He's gonna make John keep paying the retrace cost. How many Supreme Verdicts can you have, right? Oh, wait. Like 40? Here's a Teferi. Metallic Rebuke. Bounce Construct. Thoughtcast. Esper Sentinel. Equipped. Pass. Plus. Unholy Heat. Needs to pay 2, not just 1. Resolves. Draw a card off of the Spellbomb. Thoughtcast. Draw 2. 2 lands. Jeez. Okay, going to game 2. I will be right back for the next game. Okay, we're back. Players just discussing how to change the text on lures to have it be unbanned. So keep from both players. Eric on the play. Flood the strand to start. No turn one plays. Abundant Growth, drawing a card. Eric's gonna fetch for a tapped Hollow Fountain, I imagine. There it is. Now players just talking about the Liliana of the Val reprint, which is a spicy one. Here's an Urza Saga and a pass. Okay, be right back. And we're back. There is a D&D session going on in the other room, and it gets hectic in there, so I have to ask to keep it down just a little bit. Okay, pass to Eric's turn, affecting the draw step. Besiege you, your Saga, before the main phase. We gotta find a basic land type. It is a foil Hollow Fountain, but it's not the Expedition, so this looks a little ugly. Seacrum Coast. Smith. Find a Springleaf Drum. Cast right away. Get a trigger on Ingenious Smith. Pass the turn. Solitude the draw. Find basic planes. John playing up around a Blood Moon right now. There's a lot of conversation between the players right now. But here's a Teferi. They're playing at a reasonable pace. But we're going to go with a Spell Pierce, I believe, the invocation. Citadel. Trigger on Ingenious Smith. Another Springleaf Drum in hand. I can't see Eric's hand too clearly. And John doesn't reveal his hand for long enough. Okay, some lands, a red and 6, and a Solitude from John. Two mana, another Ingenious Smith. Esper Sentinel. Ooh, 3 mana. Teferi of Eric's Own. Are we going to plus here? We will. Swing for 3. Expressive Iteration, the draw. 2. Red and 6. Minus kill a Smith. Wooded Foothills. Pass the turn. Eric untaps with a Teferi in play. 4 mana Urza. Karn Struck. Trigger on Smith. I don't know if John has anything to pitch with for the Solitude in his hand. 4 at red and 6. Esper Sentinel. Minus return Urza. Playing around Supreme Verdict. Urza Saga. Really good draw. Collect this Wooded Foothills. Going down to 15. Finding a Triome. I do like the Supreme Verdict line because this is threatening lethal, right? 5 from the Smith if it untaps, 6. Yeah. Okay, 2 mana. I think we're going with this iteration. Do you pay the 1? Yes, I do. Ooh, there is a verdict. Omnath and Unholy Heat. A really good pile of cards. So, verdict to hand, obviously. Really good. Unholy Heat exiled, and Omnath going to the bottom. Misty Rainforest. Fetch. I believe John is going to be playing a red in 6. Tap the construct for a Springleaf Drum. Tap Springleaf Drum for either Spellbomb. We have a lot of damage here. Okay, he does have Solitude, so he's not dead, but he's making Eric play it out. Swing those at you. No blocks. Activate Urza Saga. Pitching. And he can't Castic. Eric gets him with the Teferi. I was wondering if that was going to happen. Eric says, you're normally the one with the Teferi, but not today. So we're going to a game 3 with 20 minutes left in round. Okay. I'm just going to let the players know how much time's left in round, just in case they want to stop with so much banter. That was a pretty good matchup that was a pretty good game for Eric. I like the bounce my own Urza line. A keep from John. And a keep from Eric. Not super confident there. Bobble. Target John. Look. Bobble. Target Eric. Look. Forest. Pass the turn. 2 triggers. Seachrome Coast. Springleaf Drum. Flooded Strand. Dress down in John's hand. That's a fun one. Urza Saga. Ingenious Smith. On the stack, we're going to flash in this Dress down. Find Basic Island. So John drew his card off a Dress down, which was Counterspell. Windswept Heath. Cavern of Souls. Naming Human. Plague and Urza. Getting around that counter spell. That was a really good draw. Passing the turn. Does John have a Supreme Verdict? That'll be a really clean answer. Teferi. Bounce card struct. Effect and upkeep. Oh, yes, there is no effect and upkeep. Card struct. Get a counter. Find an artifact. What are we finding? Pithing Needle. Naming Boseiju. They were talking about which Boseiju he was naming, but naming one with Pithing Needle does nothing. But it's really good against the channel one. Got a Memnite in hand. Beautiful. Go to combat. Send both at the ferry, playing around Solitude. Oh, Force of Vigor. Target Construct and Thought Monitor. Does not care about the Pithing Needle. Solitude. Exiling Urza. Darksteel Citadel. Get a trigger on the Ingenious Smith. Big thinking here from Eric. Just have a lot of cards in hand. Swing 4. John drops to 12. Nettle Cyst. Ooh. It's a big germ. I wonder if Eric has something else in hand. If there's a reason he didn't just equip it before he attacked. Maybe he likes it spread on bodies. I'm not sure. Emrakul in John's hand. Spicy. Suppressive Iteration. So we're going to ending the germ token. Play Renin 6. Spell Pierce that. What's Renin 6 going to do? Is it not better just ending or just fully getting rid of the Gnosis? I mean, he played around the Spell Pierce, I guess, but if I had to go for something. No, that's probably the right line. I'm just bad. I have 8 artifacts. Sorry, we had 7 artifacts, so it's an 8/8. Eric should not be tapping that Nettle Cyst. I'll let him know after this game. It might be going on still. There might not be that much longer left. Going to 12 off of the shock. Yeah. Okay, so basically all that happens there is Omnath entered the battlefield. He did not draw his card. He then proceeded to play his land and acknowledge that trigger. So then we are too far past, so it is considered a miss trigger. And Eric was given the option to either let his opponent draw or not, and he chose not to. So now we are here. Either Spellbomb. Counterspell. So with that counterspell, John stays alive here. We're gonna swing again. Block the 9/9. Take 7 going down to 5. So Supreme Verdict would be huge here. He drew an expressive iteration. He does have the mana to play iteration and Supreme Verdict if he hits it. Oh, just going with an Emrakul. He does have 7 types. 6 mana. Targeting Eric. Honestly, he gets to eat Eric's best creature. So he gets to eat... I don't even know. That is a really good draw for John. Or he already had it, but that's a great play. It's going to be huge. That makes that Spellbomb being countered even better. I think Eric has plenty of live draws, though, off the top. Looking at Nettle Cyst. There really isn't. Eric's hand is pretty good into Emrakul right now. I think he really is just going to lose his best creature. And then John has the option to make him lose 2 life, but Emrakul is still 2 hits to kill. I'm watching the timer for slow play, but he's thinking about another player's whole turn with new information, so give him about 3 minutes to make an action. And there we go. Genius Smith swing, block with Emrakul. And that's it. Electing not to play the shock. Eric draws. It's a land. John's playmat kind of sliding over on Eric's a little bit. Bridge. Okay, yeah. John is at 5, yeah. On the bright side, John can't really attack super easily.
Because he would just be dead on a crackback unless he draws a creature. Expressive Iteration in hand is one of the best things he could have. Traverse the Ulvenwald. Literally the best draw, I think. Solitude's very good. He gets to exile a creature and then chump block when he re-equips Neurosys, if that's what he goes with. Omnath is just great value. Come on, Solitude. Debating if he wants to do it now or later. I think just doing it now kind of makes sense. Exiling the Midnight with the Nettlecyst on it. He's wondering how many spell bombs Eric plays. It's a lot of options. Okay, we're just passing. That's the save line. I like that. And Genius Smith. That's a good draw if he doesn't whiff. Uncounterable with the Cavern. And that's a whiff. Okay, equipped. And that's going to be a pass of the turn. So John will be turn 0. It is modern, random dingus. An apt name. So this is turn 0 from John. $13, yeah. Realizing he needs to win the game. Eric down to 17. Eric, turn 1. Is it a land? Teferi? That's lethal. If John doesn't have anything. Yep, he got it. There we go. So this was the last round, I'm pretty sure. So we're going to be going into the next game very shortly. That was a good way to end it. Be right back.
Okay, we are back with the fifth and final round of Swiss. Most players were able to draw into the top 8, but there are 2 slots that are still up for grabs. So these players are currently 2-2, and 3-2 basically makes it into the top 8. So we are just going to watch one of these games, at least some fun decks. No matter who wins, a cool non-4 color deck will be in the top 8, and that's all that matters. So we have Ben on humans, which is his deck that he plays the most. I think it is basically his only modern deck, but he has the most experience on it too. And then we have Nathan, a player I don't see around too often, but he's playing a fun little Dice Factory kind of deck. Both players keeping. And I believe Nathan won the die roll, so he's going to take it away. Gemstone Caverns. Everflowing Chalice for 0. Surge Node. So, a very good start from Nathan, I'd say. It's going to be a lot of mana coming in. Secluded Courtyard. Playing a Champion of the Parish. Urza Saga. I'm not super familiar with the Dice Factory list, like, since Mox Opal, basically. So I'm excited to see it work. Put a counter on Everflowing Chalice. Another Surge Node. This is a fast hand. Tap 1 to put a counter on the other Everflowing Chalice. Play Manifold Key. So Nathan has just a crazy amount of mana, basically. Although I don't know if he has a super payoff. I mean, I'm sure the Urza Saga is going to find something great, but so we're gonna 2 to play Athalia. Pretty good. Would have been better if Ben was on the play. Swing for 2. Nathan falls to 18. Untap. Draw. Urza Saga trigger. It does match really well on the playmat. Shock and Temple Garden down to 16. Tab 2, create a 5/5. Or 6/6? 6/6. Play 1, Cornucopia on 0. So this Cornucopia is going to be gas. Mantis Rider, get a trigger on the champion. We're going to get a swing for 3 in the air here. It's a 7/7. Swing 3. Nathan down to 13. Surge Node, put a counter on Chalice. Draw, trigger Urza Saga, I think he's going to make another construct. Yes. So there's an 8/8. They're both 8/8s now. Saga Trigger. Oh, that's a Staff of the Magister. Okay, this is starting to make a little more sense. Manifold Key. Or Magistrate's Scepter. Expedition map. Swing 10. Block with the champion. Ben has a lot of cards in his hand. A couple Reflector Mages would do work. Or just more Mantis Riders, honestly. Okay. So he is saying that this gives me unblockable, so you kind of have to deal with these constructs. Meddling Mage. Yeah. He just names key. He's like, you can't play any more of those. No idea what's really happening with Nathan's deck, and we're kind of in the same boat. Kitesail Freebooter, no cards in hand. Those are just blockers. 3 with the Mantis Rider, down to 11. Or 10. A lot of math. Putting him on Cornucopia, though. Yep, make my guys unblockable. Swing 20. Ben gets murdered. Manifold Key, a very good card. A lot of sideboard options for Ben, apparently. know too much that Ben would bring in. I'm not positive on how human sideboards are looking nowadays, and the deck lists are out with the other judges at the moment. Nathan, good to go. And Ben, good to go. Mulligan from Ben, a lot of lands. There's Nathan's hand. Yeah, okay, he's also mulliganing. I was like, there's nothing to give charge counters. He had his extra turn win con, but not much else. Okay, key from Nathan. Ben's still deciding. Keeping from both. Okay. So an Aether Bottle start for Ben. That would be huge. Courtyard. Aether Vial. There we go. Karn the Great Creator. Vial to 1. Oh no, the one lander. Aether Vial makes that a little enticing, but this Karn coming down. If it comes down any earlier, that's going to be a problem. Mystic Forge in hand, that's fun. Power Conduit. So Hierarch into Hierarch, so that helps with the mana. Meddling Mage. Naming Manifold Key, or Manifest Key. Or whatever key it is. Karn the Great Creator. That makes sense. Okay, so he's actually naming Karn. Nothing has progressed, so he is able to do that for the most part. His opponent's cool with it. Temple Garden. There's a Construct. It's a 2/2. This Conduit with Urza Saga's pretty fun. You can just keep making Constructs. Chalice on 0. Also very good. 3 mana. Imperial Recruiter. Fine combo. That's pretty good too. Activate Vial. Gamble and play. Yeah, that's really good. But Nathan might just be on the train where he's just not casting anything anymore. Trigger on the stack. Move Conduit. Find Manifold Key. Gets around that little meddling mage. No, there is a Saga. Another Construct. Voltaic Key. Block with Imperial Recruiter. No, I was gonna say, Nathan really isn't going to be casting. We can just make creatures that grow every turn. It's not too much more you should do. I do think Ben's hand was really good too. It's answering the wrong things basically. Outland Liberator. We can get rid of the Conduit. Pass the turn from Ben. Draw. Saga triggers. Make a construct. 0 for a manifold key. Shocking Temple Garden down to 10. Play another power conduit. Swing 15. Response to attacks. Bounce Reflector Mage. Thing is, Reflector Mage isn't even like. Okay. So Ben did miss his trigger, but Nathan is going to allow it to go on the stack. Nice guy, Nathan. Taking 6, going down to 18. Activate Vial, Adeline into play. Spend have another Reflector Mage in hand. That would be pretty good. It gets in a decent amount of damage here. Yeah, if it was Reflector Mage, he'd be 1 damage short. So remove the counter with the Saga ability on the stack. Find Everflowing Chalice. Tap 2, create another construct. Pass the turn. Activate Vial. Reflector Mage. Okay, so in response to the Reflector Mage, remove the counter and put on Everflowing Chalice. I'm wondering if Ben had that in his hand last turn, and if he could have put Nathan down to 1, and he decided against it, because if he did, then it would be lethal here. But, you know what? Maybe he just drew it. We are big thinking in this game right now.
Nathan does have a grip of cards right now. Or is this Ben thinking still? Yeah, this might just... Yeah, this is definitely just Ben. Okay. Okay, I'll give Ben about 15 more seconds to make a play. Okay, we're going in. We gotta make a play, Ben. Okay, okay. We are swinging. A little warning of slow play. That's about it. It was about a minute to make a decision after one action, so just a little too long with time coming down. So blocking Adelaide, and I'm assuming blocking Combo. Or it could be the Meddling Mage. Okay, Combo blocked, Adelaide blocked. So Nathan's going to take 5 here. Going down to 3. Mantis Rider would be lethal if Ben has... If he draws it. Oh, Inventor's Fair. So I got a 3, removing a charge. Counter. Sorry, removing a counter, putting a charge counter on Everflowing Chalice. Find Power Node. You want to untap Power Conduit. Making this chalice bigger. Manifold Key. Pay 1. Tap. for Chalice. We got a lot of mana here. Tap for 4. Untap. I think it's kind of an error to do all of this at once, because some of these keys could have been untapping the Mystic Forge if he has Dead Air on top. But he does have a lot of mana. Here is the Mystic Forge. A lot of zeros in his deck, so should be chaining off quite a bit of spells. We're going to exile the top card, going down to 2. Play Core Tapper. Down to 4. Magistrate Scepter. Problem is, do we have enough blockers to survive another turn? And I think the answer is no currently. We can have 3 blockers right now with Urza Saga. Pay 3. Another Magistrate Scepter. Cast Everflowing Chalice. Gets countered. Play a Surge Node. Tap Surge Node, counter a Magistrate Scepter. Core Tapper. Put 2 charge counters on the Scepter. Oh my god, it lined up. Scepter, take an extra turn. I think Nathan's in a really good spot now. He just takes a bunch of extra turns. I thought Nathan was in a really bad position, but it came around. So we're very, we basically take infinite turns here. We're going to make infinite cards. Not infinite. He's going to draw a card every turn. He's going to die when he runs out of cards. But we're also just making this card construct unblockable. We're going to take an extra turn after swinging for 13. Nathan gets the win. The top of the deck, the library with that Mystic Forge really lined up. But yeah, so we're going to be moving on after this. I don't know
if the top eight's going to be playing it out or if they're going to be splitting. But if they do play, we'll be back with 6th, 7th, and 8th round. But see you shortly if we do.
The first one.
Hello. Okay, we are back with the quarterfinals. We have Cheech on Blood Moon and Stan on Team Rhinos. And I believe this is 2nd seed and 7th seed.
I should know off the top of my head.
Oh, no. I think this is 3rd and 5th.
3rd and 5th, okay. So I know this isn't the 1 seed because we wanted someone that hadn't been on camera yet, and neither one of these guys we've got on camera.
Yeah, I believe Cheech was 2-2 going into the final round, so he won his winning in.
Yeah, I think we looking at the standings, it was pretty clear cut that we'd have 2 draw-ins and then a bunch of win-ins.
Yeah.
And it got shaken up a little bit because Table 2 could have had a clear-cut draw, and they chose to play it out.
Oh, that's fun.
I would say it was for seeding, but I think they were just not totally sure of the tiebreaker math, even it wasn't super tricky, but, hey,
Fair
play
enough.
it out. The loser still made it, so no super hurt feelings.
So we got a triumph from Stan. Oh, that's so helpful.
Yeah. It was too quick. I didn't
It was too quick. It was too quick.
Yeah. So, one of the key things here, both because Stan might have seen, Cheech around the room earlier today, seen what he's playing, or now, especially with open deck lists in the top 8, he is leaning on, you can kind of think of his deck as a little bit like the Murktide Shell.
Okay.
He's playing with, Ragavan, Counterspell, Bolts, the good blue and red cards. But he's a little bit heavier on some of the more value mid-range cards.
Yeah.
And not playing Murktide Regent, but, still Ragavan and all that.
Yeah.
And part of the strength of that is you get to leverage these mainboard Blood Moons that he has. And when your opponent knows about your mainboard Blood Moons, especially a deck like Rhinos that plays Blood Moon in its own sideboard, you're going to lose quite a bit of the edge
For sure.
And
the players are literally talking how Blood Moon's a liability knowing deck list.
Yeah. Got to make sure I'm not talking too loud that they can hear me at that, It was immediately after I finished saying. Although it was right when Stan fetched up a basic island where otherwise a Rhinos player might not go for a basic there. But yeah, we'll see how this plays out. In general, I actually don't hate the position Cheech is in here.
Yeah.
Even with, those Blood Moons not quite
playing around
the edge
it,
he wanted. But he does have, a bunch of counterspells and Archmage's Charms. Because, it's not only a counter Archmage's Charm, it's just a nice clean 1-for-1 against Rhinos. You steal one and block with it, kill the other one.
Exactly. It is really clean.
Yeah. And, that's nice because it's not just, counter the Rhinos. You can do that playing
no
around
third land from
Force.
Cheech. That's kind of big.
And I think it was a mulligan to 6 that he showed us.
Okay.
So, sometimes he'll keep
Attempting to ice the island. And that might be double Blood Moon in Cheech's hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a little rough, but this ice on the island's pretty huge.
It is. Double Blood Moon might not be completely dead, though, because we see it looks like Stan led on a Triome. His one fetch land he had access to got his basic, but then it was Besage You after that. So, plenty of access to basics when you get to fetch them up.
Yeah.
But there's another fetch land. It's that second island.
We do have a Violent Outburst.
Island in hand.
Basic island in hand, yeah.
So this is interesting that he chose to go for ice on the island instead of going for a Cascade spell last turn. And now he went for it to tap down Cheech's mana, which, cast it now while he only has 1 up, but this is without force backup.
Yeah, yep.
Although open deck lists, I didn't get a super close look at Cheech's list, and because it's open, the players have the deck lists, physically with them right now, so I can't check. It might be the case that there's no Spell Pierce, mainboard Fluster. Or
yes, and they're definitely, from what I can tell, there definitely is not.
Okay. Yeah, so if Stan knows that this is a safe Violent Outburst now.
I think if there was even Force of Negation in there. I don't think there was. I could be completely wrong, but I don't think there was Force of Negation in Cheech's list, so.
Okay. Yeah, so now Cheech really needs that third land, and Sans passing. I know I see a force in his hand. Not sure if there's an additional blue card. It looks like there's a Fire Ice there. So, yeah.
I feel like as the day has been going on, people have been playing a lot closer to themselves because I felt like I could see a great amount of hands at the start, and now I see nothing.
Yeah.
Well, his hand is literally off of the camera.
I think I see Bone Crusher Giant, Odawara, Basic Island, Force of Negation.
Brazen Borrow. He has 2 Brazen Borrowers in hand, so.
Yeah.
But he did not
That
draw
is-
the land.
I mean, it's an answer to both Rhinos. It's
Yep.
card disadvantage. It's slow. You're gonna take it.
Is it card disadvantage?
Kind of.
You get a 3-1 attached to that a little later.
Yeah, but
It's card disadvantage until you play the 3-1.
yeah. Well, if you think about it, it's you're even.
Yeah. 1 Rhino. So.
Yeah, you're basically even on cards, but one of your cards is a pair of 3-1s, if you want to think about it that way. And when those 3-1s, I mean, the total investment to bounce and play, that's 10 mana. It's, I mean, you can quantify that in terms of tempo advantage, card advantage, et cetera, but it's not something you want to be doing.
So we got 4 here. I think before damage, we're going to have a Violent Outburst.
Might as well get the extra point in, Hurts nothing.
Yep. So we're going to get more Rhinos here. We're going to be hitting for 5. It's wild that, Rhinos is a deck. It's because its game plan is so simple. But it's, it's good.
Yeah.
It is just always going to be solid. I think that speaks to a lot of things like Bone Crusher and the Odawara, the cheating spells.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. So there's a thing you'll see in Vintage where, weirdly, so Dredge obviously is not a control deck, right? But Vintage Dredge plays the highest density of counterspells in the format.
Yeah.
It's almost a weird paradoxical thing in Rhinos where you cannot play cheap spells in Rhinos, but Rhinos has the most cheap interaction of the format. Outside of, maybe you want to say Burn has cheap interaction. It's Bolt your thing, Searing plays your thing, but...
So we're swinging for 8 here. So Cheech down to 6. He did not draw a land. Those Brazen Borrowers not looking too high.
No.
4 mana bounce to your guys. You have 2 4/4s. Sure, go.
I mean, it was that same thing, right? It's relatively clean answers, but in the end, it's 3 mana to play the Rhinos, 4 mana, and multiple turns if you're missing land drops.
We got there, though.
Well...
I mean, we have that Archmage's Charm.
The Archmage's Charm. I think the awkward part here
is... I think Shane has so much in his hand.
Well, it's Bone Crusher Giant, Odawara, Force, and Bone Crusher, Odawara, Force, and a Footfalls.
Yeah.
Which is, not the strongest hand at this point, but that Force doesn't need a blue card here. I think he's just going to hard cast Force and...
Going down to 5 here. Yeah, it's going to be a hard cast Force. Don't need to do anything but go to combat here.
Combat's pretty good.
Combat's pretty good.
Underrated mechanic. Constructed players sometimes get a little bit lazy on the combat math, especially the older formats you get, Standard player, draft player, they're going to be real good at combat math.
I've been enjoying Legacy now that I have a deck to play.
Yeah, I had a chance. It's
been a blast. I took 3rd at that Legacy tournament. Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal.
It's no big deal. Yeah.
I was so happy to not have to play Jeremy's all-in. Either I win or I lose decks. I hate that play style.
Oops All Spells, was he playing
he was playing the show and tell, Eureka. There was just a lot going on, and I was, okay, so we have the one for Stan there. But I got to play lands, and I love lands so much. Death and Taxes and lands are, some of my favorite decks in Legacy. I just have never been able to afford a Tabernacle, so...
Yeah, Tabernacle and Mox Diamond, I mean, you start looking at Legacy decks, and then it's okay, well, that's $6,000 for 5 cards, but...
I can say that some people are like, you don't have to play Tabernacle. Tabernacle won me both games that I won.
You have to
play Tabernacle.
I mean, if you look at the Tabernacle decks in Legacy, I think lands really needs a Tabernacle. all of the depths variants, like
Yeah.
green white depths, green white loam, etc., whatever you want to call that. Those decks don't really need a tab as much. Having a tab in the sideboard is nice sometimes, but not necessary or always correct.
I can say I was going to lose to a Sarah's Emissary.
Yeah.
One that was naming creatures and one that was naming lands. And I was just like, well, this Tabernacle's really good when you have no more basics left after I Ghost Quartered.
Yeah. I think it's really funny that the more sort of, even though this is not a good comparison, the more all-in lands, if you know 8 Mulch,
Yep.
that deck needs Tabernacle to the point that you need 2 Tabernacles.
That's disgusting.
And it's not like you want to play 2 tabs, you need 2 tabs. But
that's a blast.
yeah. But we're playing Modern, so, Magus of the Tabernacle, right?
Makers of the Is that 4 mana?
4 mana.
Yeah.
It's a card that I think has seen play in some of the like the red-white boom bust.
Oh no.
Yeah, like that land destruction deck with the indestructible lands and
The Cleansing Wildfire
and Flagstones of Trocaire. That one, because there's like a Planeswalker version, and then there's a version with creatures. Playing with like Ghostly Prison, Magus of the Tabernacle,
Awesome.
Goblin Dark
Amazing.
Dwellers.
I saw the Goblin Dark Dwellers. It was one time on stream. It was Crispin versus Will, and we went to time. Go figure. It was about 35 turns before we got a threat.
Yeah. I've seen a lot more Goblin Dark Dwellers in Constructed recently than I would have ever thought, because it's becoming kind of a staple in the red-black mid-range deck in Pioneer.
Oh, in Pioneer?
Yeah.
I can say back when it was standard, I played Dark Dwellers Colligan's Command for months.
Yeah.
I think the interaction was so powerful, it was ridiculous.
Well, the thing is, it's really good in the mirror because you'll take any 2-for-1 you can get in that red-black mid-range mirror, and also the only way that deck has to kill a 4 toughness 5-drop is essentially Dreadbore.
Or Chandra minus.
Dreadbore or Chandra, Dreadbore or Chandra minus. And it's like, yeah, those kill it, but those are like your really premium removal spells, you know? That said...
One second.
One sec.
What's up?
That said, I think that, that's one of the slots that I look at those lists and I'm like, what do you cut for Liliana in the Veil? It's probably the Dark Dwellers. And the other deck that I've seen it and actually played it in is the Glimpse deck in Modern. Because you Glimpse of Tomorrow, Warp World, you hit a Dark Dwellers, you get to do it again.
Ooh.
Yeah. Did not see that list today. A little bit too fringe, but,
Sounds like a blast, though.
can dream, yeah. We've got some potentially exciting stuff in the top 8. I think
I hope Dice Factory makes it. I hope they win the whole entire event, but he is 8th seed right now, I think. 8th seed.
Yeah.
So he's going to be on the draw every round.
I also hope that deck wins the whole event. 1, because it's cool, and 2, I have the rest of the cards I need for that deck in the mail right now.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. Well, I've played Dice Factory before, so like...
Yeah. I tried Dice Factory, and then Opal got banned like the next day.
Oh, I only played it ever after Opal.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So like the Ugin version of it, or...
We have a judge call in there. Just going to go...
Oh, sure thing. Be better.
Oh, my leg's asleep. Why do I sit so weird?
Oh no.
Oh, and the mic's on.
Yep.
Whoops.
My leg.
My poor leg. I was...
But yeah, there was just a warning for looking extra cards. Stan saw the bottom of his
Yeah,
library.
not a big deal. I mean,
No. Hasn't got any other warnings like that today.
Right
so.
while you're doing mulligans, I mean,
pretty
the
common.
library is all random, right? So
I mean, honestly, most people see their bottom card and they don't say anything. So like,
yeah, it's pretty easy to see on accident. So
that is not a big one.
no, it's one of those little procedural things, you know.
Mhm.
You do it like, 3, 4, 5 times across an event, maybe
That
that's
is becoming a problem.
but
Yeah.
once, nah. All right. Looks like Cheech is holding on to a full 7 cards right now. Stan's taking a mulligan. I don't know if he's committed to a keep. Well, all right. If Stan's mulliganing, he's committed to a keep. This is just 6 cards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not too bad. Players talking about RCQ plans for next week. Just no confidence they're going to take this one down, man. I'm sitting in their seat. I'm like, nah.
I'm winning.
I'm not going to an RCQ next week. I'm taking this one.
Yeah. I'm going to go to sleep and rest up for the big one in Atlanta.
Yeah, why do I want to play more Magic when I could play less?
Fable the Mirror Breakers, Owaras.
That's a functional. Looking
both of these
hand
are
from
functionals,
Cheech,
yeah. That is so
Especially-
nice. That really is so nice. I should say that more often. If you get a 7, you don't mind showing it.
Yeah. I try. I mean, it's been absolutely forever since I've played on camera.
Oh,
here,
yeah,
but,
yeah.
We're just too
Well-
busy. Green Bay's too far away.
Yep, that's fair. I mean, definitely with so many stores running events right now, like it is so nice to be a judge because this is the most wanted I've ever felt in my entire life as a judge. Like,
Oh, as a judge.
yeah, as a
Okay,
judge,
I'm glad you-
as a judge.
It's like my biggest display of friendship was when I got hired to judge an RC.
Oh no! But yeah, because stores they want to be official. Like it is not
Yeah.
required that you have a judge to run an RCQ, but
Should be.
there is some
Should be.
backlash when you don't. If the TO is giving out the rulings, because then there's a whole bunch of biases sorted with that or grouped with that. It's just not the best. I've heard some horror stories already. So
I mean, if you were to ask me, I think that you should have to be a judge to play in a comp event. Just like
You have
just
to be
like
base L1. It is
certify
easy.
everyone. Certify everyone. You know.
with Judge Academy, it is a lot easier to become an L1. The questions are pretty simple, and I think it's stuff that most Magic players have already known, but like it's great to have
Yes.
the information if you don't.
Yeah. And I realize it's not practical necessarily to make sure that everyone's educated correctly on the
Yeah.
rules. I would love to see that for competitive events.
I
But
can say that being a judge, a lot of judges that I know, a lot of newer judges, that now that they are judges, they have more confidence when they play. They're less like nervous at the start of an event because they know the interactions. Whether that's in their format or there's just no like the penalties associated with warnings
Yeah.
and game losses and whatnot.
Makes sense. Although what I've heard from, a number of judges over the years is, yeah, you become a judge and you like forget how to actually play the game. And a couple of people tell me
It's kind of true sometimes.
your whole brain just gets bogged down with all these rules and the IPG and the MTR, and you don't have any space left up there for, what
Knowing
the
how to
cards do.
actually do things.
Yeah. I know all the rules and none of the strategy.
Here's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah.
It resolves.
This is where that explosives is like absurdly nice to have here, because normally you'd be a little bit scared, like, oh, I can't just tap out and resolve this turn in a spell, but hey, you got an engineered explosive, so,
Sure, you lose your little goblin boy, but
yeah, if he
you know what? You kill 2 rhinos.
Yeah, what's the worst that happens on a cascade? Losing the goblin is, not ideal.
But the thing is, you at least get to attack with it. You at least get that trigger.
Well,
You got to use the treasure before you blow it up, but
you can use the treasure to blow it up, right?
That's true, that's true.
Boom. Then have 2+ lands untapped.
so still at the end
Does-
step. We're going to be destroying the token.
Yeah, it looks like this is... Does he have... Yeah, it does have a 3rd land for Stan. This is like Violent Outburst, double Shardless Agent. So
That's aggressive.
Yeah, you got to pace him out a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Because this
Can't put them all into the explosives.
I don't even think you necessarily need to commit more than one
One,
footfalls
yeah,
into
for
the
sure.
explosives, because that, 8 power demands an
That's
answer.
clock. That's a clock. There's no way she's going to one. So like one attack with it, and then the following attack is gonna get blown up. There's no way you can drop that low. So
Yeah. So I think this is gonna be Shardless Agent.
the Violent Outburst is a premium in this matchup. So just running out the Charlotte's Agent first makes sense.
Well, and especially in a spot here where you don't need to go for end step outburst, untap, untap, resolve your Shardless Agent, right? You just play it now and get that 10 power right away. Don't need to sequence awkwardly around counterspells.
Yeah. The D20s I know were specifically ordered for the stream. We may have more, but I am not totally aware of the product. I am just a judge, just a humble judge.
Zach knows nothing of commerce.
I know nothing of commerce.
He's the magic man.
I've been saying that for years.
Yeah. We'll see this. This is a powerful bit of filtering that Cheech gets here. Set up his hand. But he's got to set it up pretty well to fight through what
Archmage's Charm, Fable the Mirror Breaker in the Grave, drawing 2.
That's either a very strong or a very weak looking discard Archmage's Charm, because that's either I really want to be able to double spell. I need to discard this expensive thing and draw towards my 4th land.
And there was no land.
Or it's my hand's already so stacked I don't need 3rd charm.
Mm-hmm. So if Stan has another counter spell, a Force of Negation to hard cast, this Archmage's Charm's gonna feel bad, but Cheech is just going with the EE.
Yeah.
Tapping a little differently. Taking 2. The 2 damage is relevant.
Yeah.
We are in a 2-turn clock now with these Rhinos at instant speed if he wants to go with that. Or he may just cost the other Shardless Agent,
Yeah. And especially once you've got 2 Shardless Agents sticking around post footfalls getting answered or countered or whatever, damage adds up.
It's a clock.
Yeah.
I do believe there was one Test of Talent in Cheech's sideboard, but
Ooh.
we have not seen it
That
this
one,
game.
yeah.
That's
you
a
really
blowout.
need that
That's
for the
a
first
blowout.
Rhinos.
Yeah.
Not so much the 2nd, 3rd, etc.
Still not bad. It is a clean
No,
answer to it, and
it's
then
still a
prevents the
counterspell.
rest, but you definitely do want to see that in the first. Another Engineered Explosive.
Second explosive.
But again, these 2 Shardless Agents are huge.
2
honestly.
Shardless Agents and a Violent Outburst to Rhinos again. So, it's just 8 or 10 power every turn from turn 3 is Stan's draw here, which is...
I can't believe Cheech has been stuck on lands each of the games he's been on camera. That feels miserable.
Yeah, it's not great.
Swinging 12.
Yeah, and you can't afford to take the hit here.
Not in the slightest.
No, which means, again, you can't afford to take a hit for 8, which means you're going to be tapped really low.
So before damage, we're going to go with... he has a Mystical Dispute back up 2. We're going to go with this Violent Outburst. So this is going to be a swing for 6 here and making more Rhinos. Resolves.
Well, Cascade Trigger resolves.
Yep.
The light at the end of the tunnel here is that this is the 3rd Rhinos. We're almost out.
Yeah.
So, that's either potentially endurance them back or, clean up with Shardless Agents and etc. I can't imagine Bone Crusher Giants still in the deck.
Yeah. I can say this game's going pretty fast, but from what it sounds like, other people were already finished too, which is that must be that burn deck that we had on camera earlier.
Yeah, it was, from what I saw, it was pretty much burn with a couple of what I would describe as unconventional choices.
Yeah, the Searing Bloods.
Yeah,
get me every time.
I think it was Searing Blood over Searing Blaze.
Yeah.
Well, no, because there were fetch lands in the deck. I know I saw a Needle Verge Pathway in Burn, which is kind of a strange one. But yeah, that, and then I saw Vexing Devil.
The Vexing Devil was straight from Innistrad Block Burn. It is wild to me.
It's one of those cards that, Punisher cards are just Never.
Mm.
Very, very rarely good.
I can say Vexing Devil was very iffy at its time, and now it's even iffier with Prismatic Ending in the format.
Oh, no, I think it got less iffy.
Really? You think you should play it?
No, I think it went from an if to a hard no.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
There is no longer any if.
Yes,
It's
yes.
just no.
Prismatic Ending, basically, put it in the ground. Put it in a coffin underground. Like, there's
Yeah.
no way Vexing Devil should... but he won some games with it, so, like...
Yeah. Or he won games by playing Burn and not drawing it.
True.
I mean, either way, I didn't really see him playing throughout the day. I was, watching other matches or in here, so I won't say too much. I have my own preformed opinions about that card.
So we're fetching down to 8.
Fetch.
Dangerous position to be in with 2 rhinos.
Very dangerous. Especially because for the most part, this deck hits in, multiples of 2,
Yeah.
right? 4 4s, 2 2s, Prismatic Command does 2, Fire does 2,
Stomp does 2.
does 2.
9 feels like a much safer place than 8, that's for sure.
I mean, it's hard to look at life totals and say, ooh, an even number scary, but
Yeah.
I mean, 8 is low.
If there was one deck to have that opinion on, it would be this one.
Yeah.
So, do we think this Fable of the Mirror Breaker, what is the flip side of it called?
Reflection
Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. Does that actually have any targets to make copy of, or is it just a value card in this deck?
Well, there's a Fury in Cheech's hand.
Oh.
I think the awkward part here is the Reflection is currently summoning sick.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So, even though that's an absurd play, this gets Mystical Disputed, and I think
Instantly.
Oh, he's drawing 2 cards.
Oh, drawing 2. What possible out is there for drawing?
I think he's
2?
drawing towards a 3rd explosives. It must be.
Yeah. We're gonna go with Mystical Dispute.
Yeah. I think Stan thought about it for a moment. He was like, well, any out, like any reasonable out to this board,
Mhm.
it's not a blue card.
Yeah, it's colorless, so
It's
this dispute's not gonna get any better.
blue card, so hey, might as well.
We got there.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
Stan
think
wins.
Cheech realized either that just resolves, or if he spends mana to fight over it, he's just dead. So
Okay. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll be back with the semifinals pretty soon. That
Rhinos?
was fast.
that was fast. I didn't even look at the
Yeah,
timing.
okay.
We've got untimed rounds, but
We'll be right back. Okay, we got Stan on the camera again. He might be on the camera for a third round in a row if he
Yeah.
wins this one. Then we also have Eric, who was on camera before with White Blue Affinity.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about this matchup? Metallic Rebuke. It's a house, right? That's pretty good.
Metallic Rebuke's pretty good. Esper Sentinel is definitely a very annoying card for Rhinos to deal with.
For sure.
They're
already playing pretty far behind.
Yeah.
That extra tax, it's going to be drawing cards.
Yeah, and Eric's got plenty of stuff. Like, he can have, he can make construct tokens that outsize Rhinos
Yep.
without too much trouble, and Genius Smith can outsize Rhinos.
Urza itself is pretty nuts. Hard to
Yeah.
remove. If you Brazen Borrower it, I'm sure Eric feels good.
Yeah. Now, on the flip side of that, Rhinos, again, putting a bunch of 4/4s into play. Pretty good.
Can
It's
outpace
a
the
creature
fair
deck,
starts
yeah.
from Eric.
You've got plenty of stuff like Fury to clean up boards full of
Mm.
Mem Knights, and the Affinity deck, even this slightly heavier Urza Affinity deck, does rely on having a bunch of permanents in play. So if like Fury picks up a Mem Knight, a Smith, and an Esper Sentinel on turn 2 or something,
Yeah.
that's just backbreaking. And then of course, Prismari Command is really good, just a very clean 2-for-1 all
For
the
sure,
time.
for sure.
Force of Vigor, et cetera, et cetera. So, I don't know. I think that this is, in general, going to be a good matchup for Stan, but it's not totally cut
I
and dry.
remember when those new commands were printed. So like Prismari Command and the Quantrix Command, all that stuff. I said Prismari Command is super good, and I like it. And so many people just yelled at me. They were like, "No, it's not. It's so much worse than Colligan's Command."
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, players might have a question about standings. and-
Yep.
Am I playing first?
Yeah. Yes, you're
higher
gonna be
seed,
playing
yeah,
Higher
first.
seed?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, players just making sure they know who plays first. Checking to make sure that what they have for standings that they're seeing on their phones is accurate.
Did Stan get to go on the play last round? Yes,
Yeah.
because he was the higher seed. Yeah.
Yep.
So does that mean? Oh no! So most of the lower seeds lost last round. Then
Most
Cheech
of them, I
lost.
think,
Nathan
yeah.
lost. I think Brian's opponent lost. So yeah, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
I think 1, 2, 3, 4 seeds are the
Yeah.
ones that made it through. So, even more incentive to, play out those last rounds, be on
Yeah.
the play, right? Yeah, I
Uh,
think this is 2, 3 seed right now. Then,
Yeah,
'cause the two Archon players
I
were 1 and
also
4.
believe that whoever wins this round, if Ben wins his round, whoever wins this round is probably getting an invite. Ben has said at the start of the event that he's not taking the invite because he has no intention of going. He has a kid. He just had a kid recently,
Okay.
so he was just wanting to play a fun Comp REL event. So there's a chance that if Ben wins, whoever wins this just gets the invite, which is kind of awesome.
Let me tell you, I mean, obviously, I played out for the invite. I wanted the invite. But sometimes you end up in situations when you're the guy that doesn't want it. You can't go to Atlanta. You don't want to go to Atlanta. There's some pretty decent prizes for first and second.
Yeah.
And once you get into first and second, you can talk
Yeah.
about splitting it however you
And
want.
like wanting to go to these RCQ, it's kind of wild, right? Because there's like PPTQs and PTQs and all that, like in the past. But I haven't seen this much excitement over competitive play after the COVID break.
Oh,
basically.
yeah, for sure.
It is
People-
ridiculous how many people are bloodthirsty for this
People
invite.
care about
yeah.
these events, yeah.
Which is it's weird to see because I feel like even before COVID, I felt like that drive wasn't there really. Like there was PPTQs, but this is just like a different level.
Oh, yeah.
So we're suspending this for false.
And I will say, we do know that the two players sitting in the other semifinal are Brian and Ben. They're both on, again, those slightly different builds of the Archon
Yep.
Creativity deck. Both of these decks have a good matchup against
Yeah.
that. Like,
Yep. I feel like the
Um,
White Blue Affinity list. So Eric won this last 1K or the 1K from a few months ago with this list, and he likes it a lot. And I feel like it is really good against most of like the unfair fields.
yes.
Yeah, and he's just doing work with it again today. So
Now, I will say, I don't know if you remember the store championship, the most recent one up here at Frost Giant Games.
Yes, I do remember it. Yep.
I was playing creativity, and I did play against Eric in both the Swiss and the top 8. We played in the semifinals.
Oh yeah, and you beat him twice.
And I
you
definitely
crushed him twice.
So I say that I beat him twice. Those were probably my 2 hardest matches all
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
Like everything else was like, yeah, this is super easy, but Infinity Deck's kind of scary. It interacts in the right way with Archons. Sometimes one Archon just like, yeah, sacrifice a Memnite. I still have 2 8/8 constructs.
And so in this, the main board portable holes that we just saw him pick off that Ingenious Smith, they aren't the best. They don't have a lot of targets,
Yeah.
but they're a cleaner answer than that Brazen Bower.
They're
1 mana is a big difference than
Yeah.
2.
It's 1 mana. It adds to your artifact count. It gets rid of half of a Rhinos.
Yeah.
And again, there's this Ingenious Smith in play. You know, portable hole to take out 1 Rhino, and if the Smith stays on board the whole time, it might just be outsizing Rhinos.
Definitely, if you equip that Shadow Spear, gives it a little boost.
Yeah.
Like, Shadow Spear is ridiculous in so many matchups. It just feels so good if you get a clean hit with it. Like,
Yeah.
you just feel miles ahead.
Especially when, I mean, clearly here it's not coming off of a Saga.
Yeah.
But when you get it off of a Saga, it's like, oh,
When you
cool.
already have a Karn Strux.
I have big creatures in
Yeah.
play. Yeah, even...
We saw one game Ethan lose today after not equipping his Shadow Spear when he could have. He straight up lost the game because of it, so let's hope that doesn't happen here.
Yup. And I definitely I didn't see the match on camera, but when we had the Magistrate Scepter Dice Factory deck, I don't know what happened, but after the match here, I had people who were watching the Twitch chat ask me, it's like, hey, did you have was there a Shadow Spear in the deck?
Yeah, yeah.
And apparently I think the answer is no, but...
It would have been good because those things were huge. But the keys making it unblockable is just like
yeah.
super solid already.
Just like, it feels like flavor text on the Manifold key, but then it's like, oh wait, no. Oh.
You win games with it quite often.
Yeah. I mean, that's why you put your, the 8th key for Karn in the board is the Voltaic key. The worst one. Which is a shame because it's cooler.
Yeah.
Because you can get an Urza Saga printing of the card.
Yeah, yeah.
No, is that one Saga or Legacy?
I have no idea, Connor.
Fair enough.
I'm just a judge. I'm big dum-dum when it comes to everything else, so...
Yeah. Alright, so here in this game...
Citadel trigger for the Smith.
Got 10 power for Stan and 2 power for Eric, but we'll see. I mean, this could turn around in a moment if he has, you know, a Teferi that resolves. There's no force.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like there is a Teferi in hand. The question is, does Eric play it into a potential force? And
yeah, it's rough. Well, he definitely wouldn't play it this turn, right? Like, if
I
he has
think-
other action...
I think if you're playing it, you're pretty incentivized to play it this turn.
You
And that
think?
hole could be a test spell, right?
So
Because
the hole is nice here because you get one of the rhinos, you can bounce the other. You do have a blocker. Did we see a Fury in Stan's hand? Or I mean, it is something to be really afraid of.
Yeah.
But I think you should be afraid of that regardless.
Yeah. Well, and now here the awkward part is because of portable hole first, this Teferi Smith's not going to be up. Although I suppose if you're portable holing a Rhino anyway, the Teferi's going to be dead on an attack back no matter how you sequence this. So that second suspended footfalls is going to be sort of unhindered by Teferi thanks to combat damage. And that might be what Eric's thinking about.
Yeah.
If he has a way to, you know, put more, like take a hit from this Rhino, put a little more power and toughness of his own into play. Well, looks like he's going for Thought Monitor instead. Just advance his own board, yeah. And I don't hate this again. You know, he can draw towards like Metallic Rebuke for a potential force that Stan has, blockers to protect his Teferi. And again, this is, you know, it's still a lot of power in play, but the portable hole did clean up, you know, almost half of it.
So there's a Fire and Ice in Stan's hand.
Oh, is
there is a
Fury.
Fury.
Prismari command?
There's Prismari command, Fury. Yeah.
It's really good. Clean up the whole board.
Ooh. Do we have
Is
the
this
Metallic Rebuke? Because that's huge. Counter unless you pay 3. He does have to
Yeah.
pay it, but
Well, now the question is
Yeah.
here: is it better to just let this go and put 2 more rhinos into play?
Right? You might think.
Like, I almost think it is. What's giving Stan some pause here? I think it was the D&D players in the next room over
Yep,
again.
yep,
I don't
yep.
know if that picked up on the mics. But
Oh yeah, it picked up clearly. They were screaming. D&D gets wild here.
exciting stuff. It's been a long time since I've played D&D. Too much magic, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's countered.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it looks
Stan
like
makes
he's
the
going
decision.
with just casting the
And-
other outburst.
And I think that is a very important decision to make. Like, I definitely don't think one's necessarily better than the other, but it just resolving. Okay, we're just blowing them up regardless.
Now this
That's wrong, right?
Because
you just pay the 3. You just discarded
you
a card
spend-
for free.
you spent the 3 mana that you didn't spend paying for Metallic Rebuke did the same exact thing that Fury would have done.
You literally just pitched a Prismari command
Yeah,
for no reason. Okay, so
Now,
the line you said.
It is a long day. The players,
Yes.
it's
That's like when I used to watch, or this happened to me one time, or it happened to my friend Shimmick. He played a non-creature spell, and his opponent his opponent played a non-creature spell, and Shimmick went Spell Pierce you, and then his
Oh.
opponent went negate your Spell Pierce,
Oh, no.
and that feels bad. But yes,
That's a mess to
there's,
clean up.
I don't think there's any line where
oh,
Prismari
this is
commanding
so
is.
good for Eric because
Yeah.
he's now resolved the Teferi right before the footfalls came
Yes.
down. So like really got paid off for delaying that Teferi.
Yep.
They said I can take a couple hits, go to 11. That's not a big deal.
Well, that's the thing. If you played the Teferi, it's safe. It's safe
Yeah.
from Fury if you do it the turn before because
Yep.
there's no instance to cast. Oh, is he casting Charlotte's Agent? Oh, no.
Well, no, the Teferi's gone.
Oh. I was like, what happened to
Yeah.
it? It's swing. That
Yes.
makes sense.
Yes.
I'm a fool. I was too focused.
This
Other
is
things.
the 3rd Rhinos, right?
Yes, one in Grave, one in the Exile. This one right here.
So again, we're,
Oh. Is this game 1?
this is game 1.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, just making sure.
Just making sure.
It's weird because Dan has won multiple times within like the past 30 minutes, so.
Just so used to Stan winning, Haven't filled in a 1 yet. Do you know what Stan's loss in the Swiss was to?
No, I have no clue.
No?
Because
Okay.
Stan wasn't on camera at all.
Ah,
He somehow dodged it.
wow. Now he's been on camera plenty, back to back,
Mhm.
huh? That's what winning gets you. Reaching for 3 mana here, Eric. Not a ton of 3 mana plays in his deck. Not sure what that is.
I
So
guess.
shocking. Is shocking like cast Urza with Metallic Rebuke back up?
That would be pretty good. But here's another Teferi.
Hmm.
I can say that the Prismari command play, now that I think of it, right?
Yeah.
It is a tilt factor for your opponent.
Don't. No, come on.
You gotta think about all angles,
I threw
okay?
away all these cards.
It's like, sure, I could have just paid the cost, but I just wanted to show you I have you beat 2 different ways.
Yeah.
That's some BM.
Players talking like the game's already. Eric's explaining his whole thought process.
It's like, Eric, we're still playing, please.
We still got a game. You haven't even activated your Teferi yet.
Is that Ingenious Smith have 0 counters on it right now?
Yeah, 0
Alright.
counters. 0 counters. If he has an artifact, he'll still have a trigger this turn.
Yeah.
But it just entered last turn because I think
Alright.
Eric's last turn was play Smith, tap Smith with Springleaf Drum to
Mhm.
make 5th mana play Teferi. So
We have a portable
takes
hole.
Teferi up to 5, plays Portable Hole.
Well, I mean, just plussing it here, it means Stan has to commit to killing it, right?
Yeah. Oh, and he has another
The 3 portable holes.
Portable Hole, and also I think the last card in Eric's hand is a Dispatch.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
Yeah. So if Stan tries something like Fury, kill the Smith, put 2 damage on Teferi, try to attack it and clear it, Dispatch breaks that up.
Yep. And Stan is running low on cards in hand right now, so...
I will say, I'm not sure about... because Teferi Bouncer Rhino is just such a nice, clean answer, you know?
But the thing with the Ingenious Smith and the portable holes, right? You know your Teferi's not dying.
Yeah.
Like, let's see where these are going.
I think Eric asked at me, and now Stan's thinking about where he wants
Seeing
to
Eric
declare
at 9
attacks.
is...
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you really want to get the Teferi off the battlefield.
Yeah. No
Yeah,
blocks,
let's go
down to
ahead.
5.
But if you aren't getting the Teferi off the battlefield this turn, Teferi gets another point of loyalty, and then it's so close to being as hard to even get Teferi off the board as it would just be to deal 9 damage.
So there's a Fire and Ice in Stan's hand. So, like, Eric at 5 is dangerous, but...
I think you
Shadow
just have
Spear.
to...
Oh, okay, we're Brazen Bowering the Teferi. I like that.
Huh?
There's a world... So, Brazen Power Teferi, so we can ice
So is this another...
the Smith, and then he's dead to Violent Outburst, even with the Teferi in play?
Do you just fire the Smith, or do you feel like you need to draw the card?
So the thing is, right? Oh, it was an Otawara in hand. That... Okay, so, like, firing the Smith is nice, right? I do think you have the option. The awkward thing is if, like...
Another one.
Okay. There's Teferi. So that's the one that was bounced back to hand. So we're flashing in Brazen Bower.
Obviously bounced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, another one. I was like, that's the
Another
same
Oh,
one.
wow. Even more so, I think Eric only has 2.
Yes.
In the main, at least.
So now the thing is that I don't super like is flashing the Brazen Bower there. So you kind of force them to minus with Teferi, right?
Yeah.
But we get a free bounce a Shardless to hand.
Now that is kind of a risky play.
I think...
Well,
I have
because
no
you
idea
don't
what's happening.
you don't want to bounce the borrower, right?
Yeah.
Because then you just end up in this awkward loop of, well, I mean,
But I
maybe
think Eric's winning that.
Yeah, maybe you wanna be
Eric
there.
has the Shadow Spear. So he will win a race where you just are exchanging resources like that or just going back and forth.
Yeah. And the dispatch in hand, right?
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't really like the Flash and the Brazen Bower is because we had an answer to the Ingenious Smith right now, and then Stan gets in a lot of damage.
Oh, he's holding the Smith back. Well, because that's weird, because the Smith is a 3/3, right?
Yeah.
So you never swing the Shardless into the Smith.
Not at all. So we're icing the
Okay,
Smith.
see, Ice Hunts, because it has grown to a 3/3 now. It's outside of fire range.
So, like, I definitely think there was a reason to fire it or to ice it. I liked both.
So this would now be lethal, except for the dispatch.
Except for
in
the
Eric's
dispatch.
hand, yeah. Yeah, and now I think the Smith is going to be able to swing as, at least you get a.
Ooh, I think that's another crashing footfalls in hand.
Oh, and that's the last one. So even
Yeah.
if Teferi gets off the battlefield, that bounced Shardless is useless. Oh no. Okay, so Stan's asking, can he choose not to cast the card? So I don't think. Oh, never mind. It is in hand. Can't believe it. They're reading Violent Outburst for the text of Cascade, which is now outdated.
Mm-hmm. Amazing.
Not in the way that they care
Yeah.
about, but...
But if a Tybalt comes off the top, they're going to be in for a
Ooh.
world of trouble.
Yeah.
So we don't have anything, right?
I don't
Unless he has a 5th copy
think
of Rhino.
so.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I think
now
he's
they're
saying I have
talking, yeah.
nothing, but I'm showing you everything, which is what you should do.
Yeah. Although if you know you have nothing, and like we can save 45 seconds of our life and just flip over the library.
Yeah, and be like, do you want to look at it?
Yeah. Although then if you're wrong somehow, right, like you're tired, you miscounted, etc., then it gets really awkward if you flip over your whole library, your opponent looks through and it's like, there's a footfalls here.
Yeah.
So
But I mean, Stan there had to go for the lethal attack, right? There's no way you play around it. Like,
I mean,
you make him have it, and he had 1 mana open.
2 dispatches in Eric's main.
Yeah, I do like the idea of firing the Smith when you got the chance, but then Eric had that Urza Saga, so he would have just made a Karnstruct. There's just a lot of weird stuff went into this game, the ending of this game. The Prismari command, I do think, made the whole difference. I think the Prismari command would have won in the game.
Game losing, yeah. Because with the
Like,
Prismari
just not having
command
the Shadow
here-
Spear is huge.
Yeah,
And
you
kill your
can kill the
creature, kill your
Shadow
Shadow
Spear.
Spear. Yeah.
Or even, like, loot away that, you know, the bad Chartless Agent, the dead Rhinos in hand.
Yeah.
Just
Or
turn those into 2 fresh cards and shock them.
I kill your Teferi, I destroy your Shadow Spear. The Prismari command would have won the game. I'm like
Sure.
fairly confident with how this game drew up that this game probably would have been over.
Well,
Like things would have been different.
Yeah.
But you are just throwing one of your best cards in this entire matchup just in the garbage.
well, it is how it is. Stan has more games, huh?
Yep.
I was not 100%. I mean, Stan. Well, no, I was gonna say there might be a world where he could still be in this if he draws like Fury into Fury, but he has no draws
know,
that
yeah.
kill. Yeah, Stan doesn't have any draws that kill Eric on his next turn, and no good way to prevent.
One thing
a
I
Shadow
have
Spirit
to
construct.
inform Eric on, and I've been seeing him doing it, so I'm going to tell him after this round. Whenever he attacks with a creature with Shadow Spear, he taps his
the
Shadow Spear, and that is so wrong because you play
He
improvise.
has Metallic Rebuke in
Yes,
his deck,
so
yeah.
I will tell him that going into the next game. But that is a big no-no,
It
and
is.
you cannot do that.
I mean, if we're still thinking here, must be a good card that Stan has.
Yeah, right? You
Like
must
a
have drawn something
Prismari
good.
command or a Fury or I don't know.
The Teferi being in play is really depressing.
Shatterstorm.
Stomping the Memnite.
Yeah. So this, I mean, he can.
What are we paying 4 mana for? Oh, okay, we're doing 3. In response, make a construct.
Oh,
Okay, yep. So we definitely need to start telling Eric that he cannot tap his.
Yeah.
Because if he attacked there like this turn earlier and that was tapped, that would have been the cheesiest thing in the world.
Yeah.
I guess the portable holes were untapped, but
I can just go tell him while they're.
I'm gonna
sideboarding.
tell him because I'm gonna yell at him. I'm gonna be like,
Oh.
"What the
Scary
frick are
Zach
you doing?"
boys.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not gonna yell at him, but I'm gonna tell him.
All right, everyone watching here, we're gonna play a fun game called
Woo!
"Will You Be Able to Hear Zach Yelling Loud Enough" from a room and a half away through a bunch of acoustic foam. I see the volume bar moving a little bit. You might be able to hear. I mean, both doors are open. Oh man. So I know that you guys, it doesn't come through to the stream. I'm getting a wonderful echo in my ears right now because I hear the real audio and then it
Yes,
coming through the
yes.
microphone in the player room.
You get to
Cool.
hear me twice. That's a dream come true
That's
for
like
some people.
Twice as much Roberson as I needed.
And I'm already enough. I've been told. Yeah, but that was a good game, I'd say. I definitely think there are errors. We've been here now for 6 hours, so.
It feels like it's been longer than 6 hours, let me tell you.
It does. And, I mean, that last round in the quarterfinals took maybe 25 minutes. It was
Yeah, that
fast.
was real fast. I mean,
It was, like, kind of unbelievable.
some of the 5 Swiss rounds definitely did go to time. But
I mean, our room on camera, or our games on camera, we went to time twice. Yeah. So. And was the times that you weren't in here with me? I think
No.
one of the times you were. But
I'm so sorry.
Who knows? It's whatever. I'm used to being abandoned.
Wow. I think interesting. I think that this is the first event. This might actually be the first time ever that I've seen players go to extra turns and not just take the turns, alternating 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Oh, with like Emrakul and stuff. I've
a-
seen that a couple. Did you not play standard when Emrakul was a thing?
I haven't played standard
Okay.
since Theros
Fair.
rotated.
Because with Emrakul, that happened a lot.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
It was an Emrakul.
Mm-hmm.
And it was also, amusingly, the player that cast...
Magistrate? Or the Magister Scepter?
No.
Okay.
So the player that cast the Emrakul was actually just like... there wasn't anything in his opponent's hand that could like blow up the own overwhelming board.
Mm-hmm.
So the play, the one and only out for the Emrakul player, was dash Ragavan, attack, no blocks with my own Emrakul.
Yeah.
I need to hit a Fury off of my own library.
Spicy.
So, you know, it's...
I did see that because the first turn of him controlling his opponent drew... what is it? Why can't I think? Brazen Borrower, right?
Yeah.
And Brazen Borrower says specifically permanent, non-land permanent your opponent controls.
Yes. So I saw the that same player with an Emrakul playing against the Magistrate Scepter
Mm-hmm.
Dice Factory player. Okay, you're controlling their turn now. Do you know how to play this deck?
Yeah, because that's where the strength comes in.
You can do a safe line. You can do a pretty safe line. You can go like, okay, tap you out, play your X spells for like 0, move your counters around to not the things you want them to be on, and like put a dead card on top with Mystic Forge.
Yeah.
But if you want, if you're feeling confident, you can try to like go off a little bit.
Go off
like,
a little bit.
It obviously it's not so much true in that this new particular flavor of the month build, because the combo, so to say, in the Magistrate Scepter way to do things is with, you know, taking turns.
Yeah.
And
Not great when you got an Emrakul.
Not great, because you set them up for that, and then it's like, well, I controlled you when you made this extra turn, but I don't get to control that turn.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, some of the other versions, you know, you can go infinite.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Oh, that was one of the fun. Judge calls it Mason Forge 2.
Really.
The game rule violation, ignoring an Emrakul resolved. This player, 4-color player, took control of another player's turn, and while they were trying to speed through things in the top 8, they cast a Solitude in response, cast another Solitude,
With
targeting
their
my
own
same creature,
Teferi.
and the player controlling the person's turn had a Teferi on their side. So you can't get double game rule violations for one infraction, basically,
Right.
but like, it was pretty dangerous.
That's one of actually the few, because there's obviously the couple clauses in the IPG that say like, oh, you can't get 2 penalties for the same thing at the same time. You know, if you would get multiple penalties at the same time, only use the most severe one.
Yeah.
That's really one of the only situations I can think of where you would be responsible for like 2 GRVs at the same time.
Exactly. And like,
Because
that
those
was
are both on you.
fantastic to see. I was not expecting that going into that event, but it was spicy. I'm happy I got to witness it. Scalding Tarn, go. Seacrum Coast, Esper Sentinel. That's terrific.
And Eric says your favorite card as he plays it. He knows it's good.
Yep. We gotta adjust these play mats. Stan's been going further and further off to the side every couple of minutes.
Getting a little tilted. I think there's a little bit of a left lean to the table too, huh?
There is a slight left lean, but the play mat has been slowly going up and up and up.
Oh.
I've been zooming out.
What a good and practical fix.
Yeah.
All right, so now going into post board, I think is where things improve pretty substantially for Stan. He gets, his Force of Vigors.
Huge.
Gets to play Blood Moon if he's interested. I think I'm definitely.
That's Force of Vigor. It's the
Force
draw.
of Vigor. I think I'm definitely interested in
I think
Blood
that's
Moon
2
on
Force
the
of Vigors in hand.
play
Sorry.
for Stan.
Mm-hmm.
It's another green card. I think it is a Force, yeah.
Mystical Dispute as well.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if there's a third land to go with those 2 Violent Outbursts, though. I like this in the Looks like we're dead. Gotta be careful not to,
I forget Dead's 1 mana.
Yeah. Gotta be careful not to float your mana early on stuff like that. Esper Sentinel checks on resolution, you know? Only really matters playing against Hammer because, like, this deck doesn't practically have a way to grow Esper Sentinel's power in response to its trigger, but,
It can happen.
What's the card in this deck that it can happen for, though?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think there is one that I can think.
Oh, does Eric have a Nettle Cyst?
He does have a Nettle Cyst.
So it would have to be, like, Nettle Cyst. Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, Lavinia.
Oh,
I love that artwork,
man.
by the way. That's, like, one of my favorite artworks.
And this just worked out just so awfully for Stan.
Oh,
This is...
no. His hand is stacked, but it's so bad now.
So Eric's 2 non-artifact hate pieces. He has Lavinia and Meddling Mage.
Holy.
And now Stan is looking. He got super punished because Mystical Dispute could have answered that. The Dead Gone could have answered that. But because...
that's a fairy. Okay, but it's going to be... No, he doesn't have the mana. He does. No,
Eric
okay, that's a game.
Yep.
Okay, did they catch it?
It looks like Eric's catching it.
Okay. Okay, I got it.
All right, Zach's going in there, just getting them sorted out. Yep. Yeah, so just there, even though the Mystical Dispute is, it's discounted because it's on a blue spell. So you can cast Mystical Dispute for 1 mana with Lavinia if you have 3 lands in play.
Yes.
But you cannot cast it for 1 mana with fewer than 3 lands.
Yes.
So
now he can.
And now with the Teferi, you would be hard-pressed to find a way to cast it at all.
So that's a Teferi and the Lavinia, I think, has made 5 of the 6 cards in Stan's hand unplayable.
Yeah, this is not good.
It was looking like the best hand in the world in this matchup, and it just... Then Eric played things that weren't artifacts.
Well, and you know what the difference is? It was when Eric attacked before... He attacked before playing a spell, and Stan didn't just take the 1 damage, right? If he just takes the damage, and then you can make the decision to dead the Esper Sentinel on
At the end
step, then you can either dead the Lavinia instead, or you can Mystical Dispute the Lavinia, or
you can do a number
of
things. Yeah.
But now with the Lavinia on board and the Dead Gone spent,
it's rough.
yeah, what's Stan?
I literally think
It's like Prismari Command, another Dead Gone.
Stomp is pretty alright.
Stomp works.
Can even pay the tax for it.
Can't even pay the tax. That really only gets him out of, half of this jam. He still needs a way. I mean, really still needs a way to get to Fairy.
Oh, wait, do we have a response here?
Oh, and...
He's not paying the 1, okay.
So what does Stan have that he wants to play?
Stan has nothing, right?
Is it, is the second green card, is that maybe a Rhino? Is that another force?
No, he definitely said I shouldn't have let you do that.
Yep,
He doesn't have anything else. Okay, so the crack's starting to form a little bit, getting this late into the day. But Stan has a 6 shirt on. Love sunflowers.
Yeah. We now have...
Oh, Chalice.
Well, the Lavinia's gone, but we now have another problem here. Now, if Stan finds a 4th land, he can clean up Chalice and Esper Sentinel at 1 card with a Force of Vigor. Obviously, even with Lavinia off the board, can't pitch cast it with the Teferi in play, because that's not a time you could play a sorcery. Another card that's also pretty unlocked for being, very impactful for Stan here with Lavinia off the board is Fury. So you can now draw Fury to clean up, a big chunk of that Teferi. It's kind of scary for Stan that Eric's playing out a portable hole here. I think that implies that he has Thoughtcast or Thought Monitor.
Mm-hmm.
Probably Thought Monitor because Thoughtcast was castable there.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
when your opponent starts spewing out 1-mana removal cards for artifact count, it's a sign of desperation or a sign of strength, and I think it's a sign of strength right now from Eric. We'll see. Looks like this is probably Force of Vigor with a 4th land.
Eric put that deck back on the far side of the play.
It's just like
it's a little weird, but
overlapping. It's just like the worst.
Yeah, and
place
just put
you
it
could
on your graveyard. Here you go. That's a small thing, but
looks like it's not Force of Vigor.
it is Force of Vigor. All right.
Is this? Where are we here?
I'll go ask him.
Yeah. Perfect. Yep. So that, yes, is an illegal time to cast a spell. You can only cast it on your opponent's turn for the alternative casting cost, so he can hard cast it, but the fact that he was pitching a card for it makes it an illegal play.
Yeah.
And then here's the metallic rebuke. And he was trying to play around the rebuke.
Yep.
So now we have 2 GRVs for Stan. So if another one occurs, that will be a game loss. And that will just end the match right there.
And I told Stan, just be careful. They start adding up when they get to 3. Yeah. All right. With another Force of Vigor, Stan might finally start making headway here. But again, Eric's drawing cards here. There's a Saga. So I guess you probably go after Saga Chalice now.
Yeah, but that's so awkward because you're just gonna get beat for
Esper Sentinel stays in play. With a land, he can pay for Esper
There's
Sentinel.
another Violent Outburst. We're hard casting it.
There's no blue source for Metallic Rebuke.
Okay, we're targeting the Esper Sentinel. That's not. I don't think that's correct, right? Okay, Eric's like, are you sure not Chalice in the land?
I think the reason for this maybe if Stan has another answer to Chalice, then maybe you can clean up the Sentinel here and then not let Eric draw a card.
A little extra damage. Gone, so.
Okay, now that he doesn't need it for artifact count anymore, just bring back the portable to hand so you can use it later. That is kind of risky from Eric's seat, though, I think now, because your Teferi is starting to get low enough that
Fire gets
Fury and Fire can clean it up. Now, that is, again, still just one piece of a very large puzzle that Stan needs to work his way out of, but... Yeah, okay. So that's the reason to go after the Esper Sentinel, right? If you're planning to force
for sure. It's age damage because he was at 10 at the start of last turn, so he is close to dead.
Now, and Eric does have the Metallic Rebuke here, but you saw Stan targeted Memnite and Thought Monitor, so he was kind of deciding it's too much to go after this Chalice, right? Because even if you unlock a Rhinos, you
Urza coming up. Okay, I think that basically does it.
It's close. Don't fill in the 2.
I'm not filling in the 2 yet. I'm just getting ready. I'm getting ready.
Come on, look, Stan's got fans in the chat.
Stan does have fans in the chat.
Don't do him to that.
And, I'm rooting for Stan. Again, I thought Stan was going to win instantly when he saw his opening hand. And then it went so negative so fast.
There were forces, removal, and cascade spells.
Yeah. It looks stacked.
I think it was not just... And obviously it's so much easier when we can see the hands and in hindsight.
For sure.
Oh, man. I think this game was so easy for Stan if he took a damage from the Esper
It took
Sentinel.
1 damage from Esper Sentinel, yeah. Because all the interactions, all the stuff stopping Stan from playing the game would not have happened.
Yeah, you can dead
At least not on
elevate-
the crucial turns.
Right. Because, like, the Chalice and things came a little bit later,
Mhm.
but, you know, Dead Lavinia, Dispute to Fairy, Rhino.
Yeah. So we're playing a Fury here.
This Fury, I mean, it cleans up. You get Memnite to Fairy and one of the Thought Monitors. It's not nothing.
Yeah.
And now, here, the secret tech, playable in Rhinos. Channel Touch the Spirit Realm.
I have is that that's the white enchantment?
Yeah, so
the-
it's a 3-mana enchantment. Exile. It's like a Banishing Light type
Yes,
effect.
yep,
Exile a creature. Or
I played it
artifact
unlimited. It
until
was
leaves.
nuts. It was nuts and
Yeah.
limited.
And then it channels to, you know, Flicker Wisp a thing.
Mhm.
Obviously not in the stand stack, but, you know, you can dream a little. So yeah, again, these turns with like Force, Fury, that it's very powerful cards that
Dispatch it. That's game.
yeah.
So Eric gets there. We're going to be right back with the final round very shortly. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone. So, big news. We are not going to have a final round. The two undefeateds, Eric and Brian, are going to split. One player is going to be unable to make it to Atlanta, so they just gave the win to their opponent. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's been a fun 6.5 hours, and we will catch you next time. Have a good one.